What's going on, my dear friends? Today in this video, let's learn and master the Angular framework's latest version. So let's get started. Welcome back everyone. I am excited to share this completely updated Angular course designed specifically with beginners in mind. We'll be diving into the fundamentals, exploring the latest Angular features, and building practical projects to solidify your understanding. Alright guys, so in the previous lecture we learned how to deal with the empty value. For this we use the ng4 approach. So in this lecture let's see this in the new approach. So guys, there is not much. Let's do this. So first we have to get the array length. So how do we get that? Same as the previous, in here also we cannot use this count variable. Cause the same reason, if this array is empty, this for loop won't execute. So in here also we have to use the array length approach. So now before this for loop syntax, create an if loop syntax. So how do we do that? Add symbol and the if directive, after this parentheses and the directive scope. Now let's add the condition. So users obj, which is our users array, after this dot length. Next, add the equals operator, which is this two equal signs. Now assign the value, which is number 0. Next, inside the scope, add the message. So create a p tag and the message is the same as the previous, so copy and paste that here. Now after this, add this to this message loaded using syntax. That's all. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the no user data message coming from syntax, right? So we successfully loaded the message when there is no users to fetch. Perfect, right? Before we move on, we have something new, another approach to display this empty value message in this for loop syntax. So this is coming with this new for syntax approach. So we have another new separate block for this, which is empty syntax block. So let's see this in action. It's very easy compared to the previous approach. Just simply open an empty directive block after this for syntax block. Same as other syntax templates. First add the add symbol. After this the directive name empty. For this there is no parentheses. Just simply add the curly brackets. Just simply add the directive scope with curly brackets. Alright, so now this time let's pass the empty array message inside this block. So let's simply copy and paste it from the previous. Change it to loaded from empty syntax block. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this message which is loaded using the new empty syntax block. If I add a new user, as you guys can see here, this removes the message from the DOM and render the new user values. So this empty block also do the same thing but in a different way. So when this for loop trying to execute this loop, if this looping array is empty, this will stop executing this and move on to this empty block and render this value inside the DOM. Something similar like the if else block, right? So this is one of the new features coming with the new Angular syntax approach. So with this empty block, we can simply do this empty message without writing any conditions or logics. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with the new empty syntax block. Alright guys, so we almost completed all the features in for loop. So in this lecture, we'll quickly go through some of other properties coming with the ng4 and the for loop syntax block. So these are not that much important, but it can be sometimes helpful when you're dealing with the real world application. So let's look at the first and last properties. So guys, simply this will return a boolean value whether the current item is the first or the last item in the list. This can be useful for applying special styles of behavior to the first or last item in a list. So let's see this in action. So guys, I will do this example in the new for loop syntax. So these all valid in the previous ng4 directives as well. So let's look at the first property. So inside this for syntax loop, let's add this first property. Nothing much here, same as the previous index and this count properties. So after this count property, add the semicolon. Let's create a variable for this. Let first assign, the property is $sign and the property is first. So guys, in the new syntax approach, always remember all the properties are coming with the $sign, right? If we want to use this with the ng for all directives, then we don't need to use the $symbol, right? Alright, so guys, this first property will return true if the current array item is the first one in the list. Otherwise, it will return false. So let's load this inside the browser view so we can see this clearly. So before this, add another string interpolation and add this first variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, in front of all the users, we got these boolean values. For the first value, we got true boolean value and all other values are false. So basically, this is what this first for loop directive will do. So using this boolean value, we can add a dynamic style or we can work on something, conditional rendering and so on. So you guys will get used to this when dealing with real world applications. Alright, so next we have the last property. So guys, this is same opposite of the previous first property. So this will return a boolean value when the current item is the last item in the list. Okay, so let's see this in action. So again, create another variable. After this, the variable this time set as last and assign this to the last property. So this also coming with the $sign, right? So in order to see this inside the browser view, so let's pass this inside the string interpolation. So inside this previous string interpolation, replace this first to last variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded the boolean value. Unlike previous, this time this returned true boolean value on the last item on the list. If I add another user, as you guys can see here, this changed and this last value only returning a true boolean value. So this is what we can do with the last property. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so let's quickly move on to the next even and odd for loop directive properties. So what is this even and odd properties? So you can find the answer simply with these property names. So these even and odd return a boolean value when the current item is the even or the odd item in the list. If the item is even, this even property will return true, otherwise this will return false. So in other hand, this odd property will return true if the item is odd and otherwise false. Very simple, right? So let's look at this in action so we can understand this clearly. So first, let's look at the even property. So as usual, create a variable, let even. After this, assign this to the $sign even property. Next, replace the string interpolation value to even, which is this even property variable. Alright, so save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got true boolean value front of these even array indexes. Awesome, right? Alright, so next let's look at the odd property. So after this, again create a variable for this let odd and assign this to the $sign odd property. Next, replace this even to odd. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We got this true value front of the odd items. Perfect. So guys, that's it for these properties. These are just simple properties that are bundled with Angular 4 directive. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, this is the end of the ng4 and the new for loop syntax directive. So let's move on to the next chapter, which is our last structural directive, which is ng switch case and the new syntax ng switch. Alright, so guys, in this lecture, let's look at the last structural directive in the list, ng switch case directive. For this also, we have the old ways and the new syntax approach in Angular. So first look at the old way and we'll move on to the new syntax approach. So guys, when we learning if directive, we use this example to load a message inside the view based on the user's role. If the user is admin, we loaded the welcome admin message. If the user is a member, we loaded the welcome member message, and so on. So guys, for this we used the else condition and again another if conditions and so on. So for this we have an easy and clean approach, which is we can simply do this using the ng switch case directive. So let's see this in action. Before that, I will comment all the previous codes inside the HTML files and inside the TS files as well. So we'll do this from scratch. Next, first thing first, we need a variable to store the user's role. So add that here inside the app component TS file. Set the variable name as user's role, and this R is capital. After this, type will be string, and set a default value something. Admin, pass this inside quotes. Alright, so next inside the HTML file, let's define the ng switch case directive. Wait, first let's define the HTML code, then we'll work on the directive. So first create a div and inside this add a p tag. Inside this p tag add the message welcome admin. So next copy and paste this p tag again and change the message as welcome member. So guys, when the user is admin, I want to show this admin message. If the user is a member, I want to show this member message. That's it. So guys, now let's work on the logic. When we're dealing with this switch directive, we have to follow two steps. First, we have to define the switch. Then we have to define the cases, right? So, alright. So first we have to define the switch. So let's do this. Inside this div, add this ng switch directive. And guys, we have to define this as a property binding. So wrap this inside of square brackets. Next equal sign. Inside quotes, pass the user role variable. So guys, this is how we define the switch. With this, we are telling Angular to evaluate the user role variable and switch based on its values. So as you guys can see here, we are getting this warning cause as usual, like other ng directives, we have to import this ng switch directive as well. So go to the app component TS file and add this inside this imports array. So the directive is ng switch. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. As you guys can see here, this is also coming with the common Angular module. Alright, so next we have to define the case for these messages. So inside this p tag, add this ng switch case. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. So guys, unlike this ng switch, we have to define this as a directive with a asterisk symbol. After this, equal sign and add double quotes. So guys, in here we have to define the case. So we want to show this message when the user role set as admin. So this case is admin. Now we have to pass this as a string value. So inside these double quotes, again add another single quote. Inside this, pass the admin. So guys, this is the case. So simply we are telling Angular to display this message when the user role set as admin. So in here also we are getting this warning. In order to solve this, we have to import this ng switch case directive as well. So go to the app component ES file and add this import statement. This time the directive is ng switch case. Select this autocomplete. That's it. So we successfully completed the two steps. First we define the switch and second we define the cases. With this, we are simply telling Angular to evaluate the user role variable and display the corresponding message based on its value. If the user role is admin, it will show this welcome admin message, right? So save this and go to the browser. In here, we got this welcome admin message. So how this loaded here? Because guys, by default, we set this user role value as admin. So in this case, this ng switch case will return true. So this will display this message. But guys, if you notice this carefully, we got this welcome member also printed here. Why is that? Because guys, we defined this ng switch case only for the first admin message, this p tag. So for this member message, we didn't add any condition logic. So that's why this loaded inside the browser. Even this is inside this ng switch div, right? So in order to fix this, we have to add the ng switch case directive to this p tag as well. So same like previous, asterisk symbol, and the directive is ng switch case. After this, the case is this time we have to show this message when the user role is a member. So pass this inside of quotes. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got only this welcome admin message. So if we change this user role value as member, save this and go to the browser. So this time we got the welcome member message. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, before we move on to the next, what I want to do is I want to add another user role case. Something for user role, something editor. How do you do that? Very simple. Just all we have to do is simply add another case inside this ng switch, right? So down here again create another p tag and set the p tag value as welcome editor. Next we have to define the case same as previous. First add the directive ng switch case followed by the asterisk symbol. Next the case is I want to show this message when the user role set as editor. So pass this inside double quotes and inside of single quotes. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Still we got this member message. Why is that? Because this user role value set as member. So change this to editor. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the editor message. So guys, this is how we deal with the ng switch case directive. So in here, first we have to define the switch. Next we have to define the cases. So inside of a switch, we can add as many as cases we want. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before the end of this lecture, let's look at another case for this. So imagine that we are building this logic for our application's login page. If admin logged in, we are showing the welcome admin message. If the member logged in, we are showing this welcome member message, right? So think in any case, if there is no users logged into our application, in other words, this user's role variable doesn't have any value assigned to this. In that case, we want to change the message to something else like please log in or something, right? So how do we do that? Can you guys guess? For this guys, we can simply use another ng switch case. Let's see this in action. So first let's make this user's role value as an empty string. Next inside this add another p tag and the message is please login. Now in order to show this conditionally, we have to add the ng switch case directive to this p tag. So add that here. This time the case is just an empty string. So pass that here inside of double quotes and add a single quote and a empty single quotes. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We got this please login message, which means this working as we expected. But guys, using these empty string values are not a good practice. For this, we have a better approach in Angular. We have another directive for this, which is ng switch default. So using this, we can use this please login message when the user role not defined. So let's see this in action. Just simply remove this ng switch case directive and add the ng switch default directive. So asterisk symbol and the directive is ng switch default. So follow these capital simple letters carefully. So to this directive, we don't need to pass any checking values, right? So guys, we are getting this warning as usual. In order to prevent this, we have to import this directive as well. So go to the app component ES file and add the import statement inside this import array. The directive is ng switch default. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this please login message. So guys, how this loaded? When there is no values assigned to the user's role, this ng switch will go through these cases. If there is no any matching case, by default this will load this ng switch default message inside the browser view. So this will not only work with an empty value. So if I set something user role to apart from these switch cases values, in that case also this will print this default message. So let's change this user's role to something HR. Save this and go to the browser. Still we are getting this please login message. So guys, simply we use this ng switch default directive to display a default message when there is no matching cases. So hope you guys got the idea. Awesome. Alright guys, that's the end of the ng switch case directive. So in the next lecture, let's look at the new switch case syntax approach for this. Perfect. Alright guys, in this lecture, let's see how to do the previous examples using the new syntax approach. So let's begin. So guys, same as previous, when using the syntax approach, we have to follow the two steps. First, we have to define the switch. After this, we have to define the cases, the same as previous. So first, let's define the switch. So for this, we have a separate syntax. So let's do this. First, we have to add the @ symbol. And the next, we have to add the directive, which is switch syntax. So after this, add the simple brackets and the directive scope. So simply open and close curly brackets. So same like other directives. So first the @ symbol followed by the directive name. After that, we have to add the brackets and the directive scope. So all the new directive syntax are same like this, right? Alright, so now inside the brackets, we have to define the switch. In our case, switch is this user's role variable. So pass that inside this switch directive brackets. That's it. So guys, successfully we completed our first step. Next, let's move on to the second step, which is defining cases for this switch. So guys, for this also we have a separate cases syntax. So let's add this inside this switch scope, @ symbol, and the directive is case. So after this, parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this parentheses, pass the case. So our first case is that we want to show the admin message when this user role switch set as admin. So set our first case as admin inside this case brackets. So pass this as a string value inside quotes. So next, inside this scope, let's add the message that we want to render inside the browser. So create a p tag and the message is welcome admin. So guys, we successfully completed the second step as well. So now let's see whether this is working or not. Save this. Wait, before we move on, change this user's role value back to admin. So save all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this welcome admin message, which is coming from this case syntax. So guys, this is also same like the ng switch case directive. The only different here is these syntaxes, right? Alright, so now if you want to show the second case for the member message, how do we define that using this case syntax block? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. So in the previous ng switch case, we created another switch case in the same ng switch scope, right? So this is also same like that. Just simply create another case block inside this switch block. After this first case, add another case syntax, at symbol, and the directive is case. So after this brackets and the directive scope. Now the case is, we want to execute this case when user's role set as member. So pass that here as a string value inside quotes. Alright, so next inside this pass the message, create a p tag, and the message is welcome member. That's it, we successfully defined the second case. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we still got this admin message. Why is that? Because this value set as admin. So change it to member. Again save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the welcome member message, which means second case also working as we expected. Alright guys, before end of this lecture, let's look at the default switch case as well. So in this new syntax, we have a separate syntax for this default switch case. So same like previous, if you want to show a message when the user is not logged in or when our user's role variable value is set as empty string value. So how do we do that? For this, we use the ng switch default directive in the previous approach. So in this syntax also, we have a separate syntax for this called default. So let's see this in action. Down here, after the second case block, add this at symbol and the directive is default. Next for this, we don't need any parentheses because for this default case, we no need to pass any condition cases, right? So just simply add the directive scope. So next let's pass the message inside the scope, add the p tag, and set the message as please login. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We got the welcome member message. So why is that? Because this user role set as member. Now change this to an empty string. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got our default message, please login. So this default syntax block also working as we expected. Awesome, right? So guys, this is also same like the previous switch case. First we have to define the switch, and after that we have to define the cases. So in any case, if we want to show a default message, then we can use this default syntax block, right? So guys, that's it for this lecture. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, this is the end of the structural directive. So next, let's move on to the attribute directive. Perfect. Alright guys, we successfully completed the Angular structural directive. So now from on this lecture and next few lectures, let's dive into the attribute directives. So under this attribute directive, first let's look at the ng style directive. So guys, I created here an h1 tag and added these text as h1 text welcome admin. So guys, inside the browser, this is loaded with the default styles. Now what I want to do is, I want to set this h1 text color green and all uppercase based on a condition. Think we have a boolean variable called is logged in. If this is logged in value set to true, I want to make this h1 text color in green. And also I want to make all the text uppercase. If the boolean value is false, I want to make this red lowercase letters. So how do we do that? For this, we can use this style binding approach, right? So in the data binding section, we learned about this. So let's see this in action. So guys, how do we do this style binding? First thing first, inside these open and close square brackets, as you guys know, we use the square brackets for property binding in Angular, right? So now inside this, the binding is style. After this, we have to pass the CSS property name. So first I want to change the color of the text. So the CSS property is color. Next, we have to define the logic or the condition. For this, pass the variable which is logged in. So pass this inside of double quotes. So after this, question mark. If this return true, set the green color. So pass this inside single quotes. Otherwise, set this color to red. So we define the else part using the colon, right? So don't forget to pass the red color also inside of single quotes. Awesome, we successfully set the first style. Now next I want to add another style, which is I want to set this text to uppercase. So how do we do that? For this again, we have to add another style binding, right? So I copy and paste this previous style binding, change the CSS property. So this time we have to pass the CSS property text transform. So pass that here. So guys, pass this as HTML DOM style properties. So as a single word with the second word first letter capital. In our case, this transform T is capital. So guys, hope you all remember this. We learned about this in detail, right? So next we have to change the values. If this true, I want to set uppercase. So pass that here inside this quote. In the else, pass the lowercase style value. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this green uppercase heading text in the browser. So if I change this boolean value to false, now we got this red lowercase letters, which means everything working as we planned. So guys, if we look at this in here, we wrote two style bindings for this single HTML element. For a single style binding, this approach is okay, but for multiple style binding, this is not a good practice. So as a solution for this, Angular has given us the ng style directive. So using this, we can simply write these two style bindings inside of a single ng style. So let's see this in action. So guys, down here again, I'll create another h1 text for this. So you guys clearly see this difference between these two approaches. So h1 tag and set the text as ng style directive. So next let's add the ng style to this. So guys, the condition is same like previous. If this is logged in value set as true, this text must be in green uppercase letters, otherwise red lowercase letters. So how do we do this? Very simple, same like previous. Inside square brackets, pass the directive name ng style. After this, we have to pass the conditions and the styles that we want to apply. So guys, in this ng style, we have to pass the values inside of an object. So simply open and close curly brackets. So inside this, first we have to pass the CSS property. So first I want to set the color. So the CSS property is color. Pass this inside of quotes, right? Next, add a semicolon and pass the logic, which is the is logged in variable. So pass that here. Next, we have to pass the CSS values. So if this true, question mark, set the green color. So pass this also inside single quotes. After this, if this return false, we define that using the semicolon, right? Add the semicolon, set the color to red. So pass this also inside quotes. That's it. So we successfully defined the first style. Next, let's see how we can add the second style for this. Guys, how do we do that? Do we have to add another ng style to this? Now guys, unlike the style binding, here we can stack multiple styles to this single ng style directive. So let's see this in action. I'll break this into the next line so we can see this clearly. So after the first style, add a comma, and in the next line, simply just add the second style and the condition. So again, the second style property is text transform, pass this inside quotes. So after this condition, which is this is logged in variable, pass this after the colon symbol. So next the values, so question mark, if this true, set the text to uppercase. If this false, set the value to lowercase. That's it. So guys, we are getting this error because in order to work with this ng style directive with this component, we have to import this. So same like the other ng directives like previous, right? So go to the app component ts file and add the directive inside the imports array ng style and select this autocomplete. Alright, so save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got our second heading text in red color lowercase letters. So why is that? Because this is logged in value now set as false. So change it to true. Save this and go to the browser. Now you guys can see here, this time we got this text in uppercase green color text. So guys, which means this ng style also working as we expected. Alright guys, so the beauty of this ng style is with the single binding we can bind styles to our HTML element as many as we wanted, unlike the previous style binding. In the style binding approach, for the each and every style bind we have to write separate style bindings, but with this ng style directive we can simply write this all inside of one single ng style directive. Awesome, right? Alright guys, so this is how we use the ng style directive in our Angular application. Alright guys, in this lecture let's see the second attribute directive, which is ng class directive. This is the alternative for class binding. Nothing much here. So let's see this in action. So guys, think rather than binding these two styles one by one, we can create CSS class for this and we can add these two styles inside of that CSS class, right? So something like this. Go to the app component CSS file and let's create a CSS class something login, and inside this add our CSS styles. First one is the color, set this to green, and next is the text transformation. For this, set the value as uppercase. So let's first see the class binding approach. So then we'll come back to the ng class directive. Alright, so how do we do the class binding? Hope you guys all remember the class binding, right? Alright, so let's do this. Inside the HTML file, let's create another h1 tag for this and set the text to something class binding. Next, let's add the class binding approach to this h1 tag. So inside this h1 tag, open in tags, inside add a square brackets. So the binding is class. After this, we have to pass the CSS class name, which is this login. So add this after this class dot login. Next, inside quotes, pass the is logged in variable. So guys, if this is logged in value return true, this will apply this CSS class to this. Otherwise, this will remove this CSS class from this h1 tag. Alright, so save this and go to the browser. We got these green uppercase letters because this is logged in value is now true. So now what I want to do is I want to change this heading to red color lowercase text to when this is logged in value set as false. So how do we do that? For this, first thing first, we need the CSS class. So let's define this Inside the component CSS file, duplicate this previous entire CSS class and change the class name to something logout. Next, change the color to red, and at last change the text transform to lowercase. That's it. So next, in order to add the second class, we have to use another class binding, right? So I just copy and paste this previous class binding again and change the class name to logout. Next, I want to show this when the is logged in value set as false. So add the not operator here, which is this exclamation mark, right? Next, quickly set this boolean value to false. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now this h1 text are in red and lowercase. So guys, this is how we bind two classes in class binding approach. So next, let's see how do we do this using the ng class directive. So guys, in order to use this ng class directive, we have to first import this to our component. So first, let's add the import statement. So inside the import array, add the ng class and select the autocomplete. Next, inside the component HTML file, and let's create another heading tags for this. Create h1 tags and set the text as ng class directive. Next, let's add the ng class directive to this h1 tags. How do we do that? Very simple, same like the ng style binding. So instead of square brackets, pass the directive ng class. Next, inside quotes, open and close object scope, which is curly brackets. Now inside this, first we have to pass the CSS class name and the condition like object key value pairs. So inside quotes, add the CSS class that we want to add to this text, which is login CSS class, right? So after this, colon, and the condition is this variable is logged in. So guys, if this is logged in value return true, this will apply this CSS class to this h1 tag. Alright, so let's look at the second scenario. If this is logged in value set to false, I want to add this logout CSS class to this heading tag. So how do we do this using the ng class directive? So unlike the class binding, for this we don't need to use another ng class directive. So we can simply pass that CSS class also inside this same ng class directive. So after this, add a comma. Next, same like previous, first pass the class, which is logout. So don't forget to pass this inside quotes. So next, pass the condition. This time we need to check the false condition. So let's add the is logged in variable with the not operator or with the exclamation mark. That's it. So guys, simply this will apply this logout CSS class to this heading tag if this variable return false boolean value, right? That's it. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we got this ng class text in red lowercase. Why is that? Because now this variable value set as false. So now let's change this to true. Save this all and go to the browser. Now as you guys can see here, this time this text changed to green uppercase letters. So which means this ng class directive applied the CSS class according to our condition. So guys, this is the simple use case of ng class directive. So when we working on the project, you guys will understand these concepts with more in-depth examples. Alright, so guys, that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture.
Alright, now you guys have an idea about Angular directive. In the first lecture of this section, if you can remember, I said that we have four main directive types in Angular. The first one is component directive, which is the Angular component. The second one is structural directive. Third one is attribute directive. And the last one is custom directive. So in this section, let's look at what is structural and attribute directive. The first, what are the structural directive? Structural directives are responsible for the HTML layout. This structural directive shape or reshape the DOM's structure, typically by adding, removing, or manipulating the DOM elements. Structural directives are easy to recognize with the leading asterisk symbol. So we learned several directives in this section. So we have few directives with the leading asterisk or the star symbol, which are ng-for, ng-if, and the ng-switch cases. So these are the structural directive. Let's look at some examples. I have created just a few examples for this. The first one, the ng-if directive. So what is happening here? With this ng-if directive, we're showing this div when this statement is true. So this will add this div to the DOM when this is true. If this is not true, this will remove this div and this will add this ng template inside the DOM. So with this ng-if directive, we are manipulating the DOM's structure by adding and removing elements to the DOM. So this is why we called this ng-if directive as a structural directive. If you look at the second directive, ng-for, this also adds this list element to the DOM by fetching an array. If there is a data inside the array, this will add list elements to the DOM. If there is no data, this will remove the list element from the DOM. The switch case also the same. If this condition is true, this will add this to the DOM. If the statement is false, this will remove this from the DOM. So this is what we called structural directive. So here is the lesson. With this structural directive, we can manipulate the DOM by adding and removing DOM elements dynamically. So for a structural directive, we use this leading asterisk symbol. So we can easily identify a structural directive with this leading asterisk. So let's look at the attribute directive. So what is attribute directive? An attribute directive changes the appearance or behavior of a DOM element. We can name ng-style and ng-class directives as attribute directives. You guys already knew, with these attributes, we applied styles to an element conditionally. If the statement is true, this will add this style to the DOM. If the statement is false, this will remove the styles from the DOM. So simply, this is what we can do with attribute directives. We use these attribute directives as like property binding inside of a square brackets. We are not adding any leading asterisks because this is not a structural directive. So here is the lesson. With this structural directive, we can manipulate the DOM by adding and removing elements to the DOM's structure. But with the attribute directive, we can only change the appearance of a DOM element. We cannot manipulate the DOM using these attribute directives. So hope you guys got the idea.
Alright, so in this section, let's get started with the component relationship. So guys, the first question is, what is this relationship in components? As you guys know, in the component section, we learned about components. And if we recap that, basically component is the main building block of an Angular application. So mainly we use this component to structure a website. Hope you guys remember this. Now let's look at what is this relationship in these components. Well guys, when we are building an Angular application, we are not just put all the components inside of a main component, right? So we are carefully organizing them in a structured way. And that's where component relationship come into play. Think about it like a family tree. In a family, you have parents, children, and siblings. So they are all related to each other in different ways, right? So similarly, in an Angular application, components can have relationship with each other components. So they can be parent components, child components, or sibling components. So as I said earlier, in Angular, we have three component relationships. So let's look at them one by one. So the first one is parent-child relationship. So guys, this is the most common type of component relationship in Angular. In this relationship, a component, the parent, includes another component, the child, in its template. For example, in a blog application, blog post list component might include multiple instances of the blog post component. The parent component can pass data to the child component via input properties, and the child component can send data back to the parent via output properties. So next is the sibling relationship. So in this relationship, two components share the same parent, so they can communicate with each other indirectly via the parent component or directly via the shared service. So next we have the nested relationship. So this is when you have multiple levels of parent and child components. For example, in a blog application, you might have a main component that includes a blog post list component, which in turn includes multiple blog post components. So guys, that's the basic idea of component relationship in Angular. It's all about how components are connected and interact with each other. In the next section, we'll dive deeper into each of these component relationships, exploring how data flows between components and how to manage state in Angular application. Alright guys, so in this lecture, let's learn about parent-child relationship data flow in Angular components. So in this lecture, let's dive deeper into how we can use this relationship to pass data between components. Alright, so let's see what is this parent-child relationship first, then we'll dive into how to manage data between these components. So guys, in the previous section, we created these two header and the navbar components. So in order to load this inside the browser, we have to add these components inside our main root component, right? So how do we add that here inside the app component? For this, we can simply use the component selector, right? So let's add them here. So the header component selector is app-header. So how do I know this? Simply you can check this inside the header component TS file under this selector property, right? So guys, all of these fundamentals we learned in detail in the component section. So any of you guys can't remember these, so please go back to the component section and go through the lessons again and come back to this section. Alright, so let's add the header component selector inside the app component HTML file and add this as a custom HTML tag, right? So next let's add the navbar. So the navbar component selector is app-navbar. So add this also after this as a custom HTML tag. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the content of these two components are loaded inside the browser. So guys, let's look at the relationship between these components. In Angular, when we nest component inside one another, the outer component is called the parent component and the inner component is called the child component. So in our case, the app component is the outer or the parent component, and these two header and the navbar components are the inner components or the child components. So just think like a pregnant mother carrying her baby inside her belly. So the mother is outside and the baby is inside, right? So, but guys, one more thing, if I remove this header component select from this app component, so this header component will no longer will be a child component of the app component. So in order to maintain the relationship, we have to maintain the connection. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so now hope you guys have a clear picture of what is this relationship, parent-child relationship in the component. So next let's look at our main course, data flow between parent to child component. So what is the parent-child relationship data flow? Well guys, in a parent-child relationship, the parent component can pass data to the child component and the child component can also pass data
back to the parent component. Yeah, it's like a two-way communication. So guys, but why is this important? Well, the basic concept of any application is the data flow. We have to pass or manipulate the data inside of our whole application, right? So in our case, in Angular, we need to pass data from one component to another component, and that's where the parent-child relationship comes in. So let's see this in action. Guys, for this example, I will instruct you guys from scratch. So by generating the new component for this, so you guys can understand this better. So guys, for this, imagine we have a app component that contains a post list component. So in this case, app component is the parent and the post list component is the child. So now let's say we want to pass a post title from the app component to post list component. So how do we do that? Let's see this in action. So guys, first let's generate a new component for this. So guys, how do we generate a new component? Yes, of course, it's very simple. We can simply generate a component using the Angular CLI command, right? So go to the VS Code integrated terminal and inside this, type this command. ng gc, and the component name is, let's name this post dash list. So hope you guys remember this command. This ng is the Angular CLI command. This G stand for generate and this C stand for command. So with this command, we are telling to Angular CLI to generate a new Angular component and name it this name post list, right? So in order to execute this command, hit enter. As you guys can see here, this generated all the component files, HTML, CSS and the TS file. So all located inside of this new folder, post list. Cool, right? So next what I want to do is I want to load this component inside the browser. So how do we do that? Yes, of course, in order to load a component inside the browser, we have to add the component selector to our main root component, which is this app component. So let's do this. Go to the app component HTML file. Inside this, let's add the post list component selector, which can be found inside the post list component TS file under this selector property, right? So inside the component HTML file, add the selector app-post-list and this as a custom HTML tag. Now as you guys can see here, we are getting this error. Why is that? Yes, of course, in order to connect these two components, we have to import that components to this app component. So this is the standalone component feature, right? We learned all about this when we learning Angular components, right? Any of you guys cannot remember this, go back to the component section and learn this again. Okay. I think that's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this loaded this text post list works, which is coming from this post list component HTML file, which means we successfully loaded the post list component inside the browser. So now let's get into the real business. So now I want to pass a value from this app component to this post list component. Think if we have the post title stored inside of a variable inside this app component and we want to load that title inside the post list component. So how do we do that? In this case, we can take the advantage of the parent-child component relationship and we can share the data between these components, right? So guys, can you tell me which component is the parent and which one is the child? Guys, in here, app component is the parent and the post list component is the child. Why is that? Because the post list component is inside this app component, right? So this app component is the main component and this post list component is load inside this app component, right? So in this case, so this app component is the main root component or the parent component and this is the child component. So hope you guys got the idea. Now let's create a variable inside the app component to store the post title.
So go to the app component TS file and create a variable inside this class scope. The variable name is post title and the type is string. After this, assign a default value something post1. Next, what I want to do is I want to show this post title inside the post list component. So guys, before that, can you guys tell me how do I load this post title inside the browser view using this app component HTML file? How do we do that? Very simple guys, we learned about this in a previous section. We can use one of the data binding approaches. For this, we can simply use the string interpolation approach. So let's see that. It's very simple. Inside the component, let's add an h1 tag and let's pass the username inside this h1 tag. So string interpolation, it's two curly brackets. Inside this, pass the post title variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we can see this post title value loaded inside the browser. So guys, now let's load this post title variable inside the post list component or the child component. So how do we do that? So guys, for this, we just simply use the string interpolation and load this post title inside the post list component like this. No, we can't, right? As you guys know, this variable is declared inside the app component file, but the post list component is a separate file. So we cannot access this variable directly from the post list component, right? So guys, for this we have to follow some steps and techniques in order to access this variable from this post list component. So let's see this in action. So as the first step, we have to pass this app component's post title variable to this post list component. So we connect, or this parent child bond is created with this component selector, right? So if I remove this, there is no connection or relationship between these components. So in order to pass the app component's post title to this post list component, we can simply use this component selector, right? So guys, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna bind the post title to this post list component selector. So let's do this. As you guys know, in order to bind a data to an HTML selector, we use square brackets, right? So same like that, in here also create a pair of square brackets. Inside this, set a new variable name, which is something post title. Next, we have to pass the post title variable, which carries the title of the post inside the app component file. Wait, this is a little confusing. If we use the same variable name for these both, right? So let's make this app component variable name post title to app post title. Now change this string interpolation and also change this binding variable to app post title. So now change this post title inside the square brackets to post list title. So now we can easily identify both variables, right? Alright, so we successfully send the app post title to the post list title. But wait guys, here we are getting an error saying that this post list title is not a known property of post list component. So what is the problem here? Can you guys guess? Guys, this is not something a big error. Here we added the post list title variable to capture this app post title value. But inside of the post list component, still we don't have this variable. That's why we are getting this error. For this, we have to capture this inside the post list component. So guys, how do we do that? For this, first thing first, we have to define this variable inside the post list component. So guys, go to the post list component TS file and create this variable post list title. Set this type as string and set an empty default value. So now we have the variable, but still we are getting this same error inside the app component HTML file. So now what is the problem? Yes, of course, you are right. we define the variable, but we still need to tell Angular that this variable is an input property which receives data from its parent component. For this, we have a special type of syntax in Angular, which is the input decorator. So using this, we can let the Angular compiler know this post list title variable is an input type variable which can receive data from its own parent component. So let's see this in action. Let's add the input decorator before this post list title variable in the post list component is file. So something like this. So guys, this is an Angular decorator type, so we have to use @ symbol first. So after this, we have to pass the decorator name, input, I is capital. Next, we have to set the parenthesis. So now we are getting this error. To solve this, so select this first one from this autocomplete, so which will add this input statement. So this input decorator is coming from the Angular core package. That's it. So save this and now let's go back to the app component HTML file and see if we can pass this app post title value to this post list title variable. Yeah, it should work now because now we cannot see our previous error. Awesome. So guys, once again, by adding the input decorator, we are telling Angular that this post list title variable is an input property that can receive data from its parent component. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so next, in order to load this inside the browser, we have to load this inside the HTML file. So go to the post list component HTML file and first create an h2 tag and load the post list title variable inside this h2 tags using this string interpolation. So open and close two curly brackets and inside this pass the post list title variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this second post title printed here, which is coming from the post list component. Wait, let's add an identifier to this so we can see the difference here. So after this post list title, add post list. Now inside the app component HTML file, add app after this string interpolation. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the both post titles are printed here, which means we successfully sent this app post title to the post list components. So guys, this is how we share data from parent component to children component. Alright, so before we start this lecture, let's do another example. Think that I want to send another data to post list component from this app component. How do we do that? So first let's create a variable for this. So the variable is something. This time let's send a boolean value. So the variable name something, app is login. Set the type to boolean and set a default value something false. Wait, before we move on, guys, you guys try to do this your own. Send this variable value to the post list component, right? So pause this video and try to do it yourself. Once you are done, come back and continue this lecture. Alright, so let's back to the work. Hope you guys did the task well. So let's do this. First thing first, we have to send this variable to the post list component. So go to the app component HTML file and inside this post list component selector. Now again, we have to send another variable to this. So how do we do that? Simply we can bind another variable to this selector tags like the previous post title. So same like this. So let's do this. Inside this, open and close square brackets. So inside this, create a variable which is going to receive our variable inside the post list component. So create a variable something, post is login. So now after this, we have to bind this to our app is login variable. So pass this inside quotes. Simple, right? So like this, guys, we can stack multiple data binding to this component selector. Alright, so now we have successfully sent the app is login variable to the post list component. But wait, we are not done yet. We are getting this error. Why is that? Because we still need to capture this variable in the post list component. So let's go to the post list component is file and create this post is login variable to capture this value. So same like previous, we have to create this variable with the input decorator. So at symbol and the input, after this add the parentheses and the variable name post is login, and set this type to boolean, and finally set a default value something false. So now this error is gone. In order to check whether this is working or not, so let's load this inside the view. So go to the post list component HTML file and create another p tag and load this post is login variable using string interpolation. Now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this printed this login value false. Perfect. So now we have successfully captured the is login variable in the post list component. So now hope you guys clearly understand how to send the data from parent to child component. Alright, so now let's dive into actually how this data flow works. What is this binding does and what is this input decorator does for this parent-child data flow. So let's take a simple real-world example to understand this better. Imagine you are trying to send a package from one city to another, but there is a big wall in between that blocks the package from reaching its destination. In this scenario, the package is like the data we want to send from the parent component to the child component, and the wall is like the barrier that prevents the data from flowing between the two components. To overcome this barrier, we need to create a bridge that allows the package to pass through, and that's exactly what the input decorator does. So it's create a bridge between the parent and child components, allowing the data to flow from the parent to child. Wait, let's see another way to explain this. So guys, in the parent component, which is this app component, we have a package, which is this variable app post title that we want to send to the child component, which is this post list component. So we are sending that package using this bind. Think this binding is like a delivery bus, and we put our data inside this bus and sending it to the child or the post list component. But guys, we have a problem, which is this child component is like a locked box that can only receive packages through a specific door. So in order to open that door, we need a key. So that's where the input decorator comes in. So we need to add the input decorator in the child component to unlock it and allow the package to pass through. So this simply opens the door to receive the data that comes from the parent component. Simple, right? So this is what's happening behind the scenes when we passing data from parent component to child component. Alright, so we have learned how to pass data from parent component to child component using the input decorator. So we have also seen how to bind multiple variables from the parent component to the child component. So once again, guys, the input decorator is used to create a bridge between the parent and child component, allowing data to flow from the parent to the child. And the binding syntax is used to attach the data to the input property of the child component, allowing it to receive the data and use it to render its content. In other words, we use input decorator to create a channel for data to flow from the parent component to the child component. This is a fundamental concept for this input decorator that I can give. Alright, so hope you guys got the fundamental idea about how to share data between parent to child component. Now let's move on to the next topic. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned about how to send data from the parent component to the child component. So guys, now in this lecture we are going to talk about how a child component can send information back to its parent component in Angular. This is super useful when you guys want to component to talk to each other. Alright, so let's dive into how to pass data from child component to the parent component. for this guys, we can't use the input decorator here because we don't have the parent component selector inside the child component, right? So because of that, we can't use the input decorator method to pass the data in the child component to the parent component. So in order to use this input decorator method, always there should be an input element. Otherwise, we can't use this, right? So in the previous lecture, we passed data to the child component by binding it to the component selector. So hope you guys remember this. Alright, so guys, now what I want to do is I want to pass a message from the post list component to the app component. In other words, from this child component to the parent component. So how do we do that? Guys, for this we have two methods in Angular. So the first one is using the view child decorator and the second one is using the output decorator and the event emitter. So in this lecture, we'll look at the first method using view child. We'll cover the second method in the next lecture. Alright, so let's see this data flow from child to parent using the view child in action. So this time we want to share data from the child to the parent component. So create a variable inside the child component, which is the post list component. So inside the post list component, create a variable called child message. And this variable type will be string. After this, set some text as the value for this variable like hello from child component. Alright, so now we have the variable. Now let's access this variable from the parent app component. For that, as I said, we will use the view child decorator. So guys, simply this view child will look inside the child component and let us access the variable stored inside the child component from the parent component. So let's do this. Open the app component.ts file and first thing first, let's add the import statement. So top here, add this. So guys, this view child also coming from this Angular core module. So put this inside the same import section. So simply add the view child module inside these curly brackets. After this, add a comma and add the module view child. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. This first V and the C letters must be capital. So next, inside the component class scope, let's add the view child decorator to look inside the child component. So add view child decorator. So how do we add that? Same as the input decorator, we have to add this with the @ symbol. So after this, so add a @ symbol and after this view child decorator. So once again, carefully follow these capital simple letters. So after this, add the parentheses, open and close simple brackets. So guys, next this view child required a parameter. So inside this parentheses, we have to pass the child component that we want to get the data from. So right now we want to get the data from the post list component, which is the child component. Okay, so put this post list component inside the view child parentheses. So next we have to give it a name. This can be any name. So let's call it child message and set this type as any. That's it. So alright guys, so now we have captured the post list component child components using this view child decorator. Next, we need to access the child component and get that variable message to parent, which carrying our message that we want to load inside the parent component. So first thing first, let's log and see what's coming from this view child. So let's log this inside the constructor now. So create a constructor here. How do we create a constructor method? Very simple, just simply add the keyword constructor and after this parentheses and the constructor method scope. So now inside this constructor block, log the view child property and see what we get. So add this console.log. Inside parentheses, pass this variable child message. So actually this view child will access this child component and store the child component's instance inside this variable. So simply just log this child message variable. So inside this parentheses, pass the variable name this dot child message. Perfect. So now save this all and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, as you guys can see here, we got undefined here. So what is this and why we get this undefined? What's going on here? Can you guys guess? Before we continue this lecture, quickly let's recap what we did. We used the viewChild decorator to access a child component's data from the parent component. So we tried to log the child component's data inside the constructor of the parent component. But when we checked the browser console, we saw undefined, which means this log returning this undefined. So what's going on here? So guys, when the constructor of the parent component is called, the child component hasn't been fully created yet. That's why when we try to log the child message variable inside the constructor, it shows undefined in the browser console. So in simple terms, the child component isn't ready at that moment. So in other words, at the time the app component is created, the postlist component is undefined. That's why we are getting undefined printed inside the browser console. So guys, in order to fix this and access this child message, we need to wait until the child component is fully initialized inside the browser. For this, Angular provides a special lifecycle hook called ngAfterWaveInit. So this hook runs after Angular has fully initialized the component's view and its child views inside the browser. Guys, wait. I know you guys may wonder what is this lifecycle hook and these methods. So don't worry about this, we have a complete section for these lifecycle hooks. Just go through these steps only to complete this lecture. Alright, so let's do this. So go to the app component is file. First we need to import AfterWaveInit from Angular core. So top here, add this hook name inside this same Angular core import. So the hook name is AfterWaveInit. Once again guys, carefully follow these capital symbol letters. Alright, next we need to implement this AfterWaveInit lifecycle hook in this app component class. So then only we can use this lifecycle hook inside this app component. Otherwise this will throw an error. So after this app component class, add this implements keyword and the hook AfterWaveInit. So once again follow these capital simple letters carefully, otherwise this code can be break. Next let's create the lifecycle method, same like this constructor method. So inside this app component class scope, create this method. The method name is ngAfterWaveInit. This name must be same as this, so carefully follow this naming convention. So after this, add the parentheses and the method scope. Now guys, inside this method, log the viewChild property again. So create a console log and inside this pass this variable child message. That's it. So now save this and go to the browser. Reload the page and open the browser console. Now as you guys can see here, we have this undefined and this object printed inside the browser console. So guys, this undefined is coming from the constructor method and this child component object is coming from the AfterWaveInit lifecycle hook. Which means guys that our child component is now fully initialized and we can access its data using the viewChild. So once again, the constructor method runs too early before the child component is not ready and loaded inside the browser. So that's why we are getting this undefined. So this ngAfterWaveInit runs after the parent view and the child views are fully initialized. So at this moment, the child component is ready and we can access its data. So that's how we got this object printed inside the browser. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so now let's look at this log. As you guys can see here, viewChild method captured and returned this object. So the object name is postListComponent, which is our child component. If I expand this, inside this we get our parent variable and its message, which we created inside the postListComponent. So now we got this inside our parent app component. Wait, let's create another variable inside the postListComponent, something postCount. So set this type to number and set a default value 0. So save this and go to the browser. So now if you look at this object further, we can see the post count variable too. So guys, this is the beauty of viewChild. So with this viewChild decorator, we can access all the postlist components variable from the parent app component. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so now we have the data, but let's show this inside the browser. So how do we do that? For this we can use same like previous string interpolation approach, right? So inside the app component HTML file, create a p tag, and inside this add the string interpolation. Inside this add the viewChild variable, which is the child message. So guys, this is an object. In order to show the child message, we have to pass that object key name here. So which is this variable name. So pass this after this dot. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We got nothing here. Why is that? Inside the browser console, we got this undefined error. So what's going on here again? Can you guys tell me? Yes, of course. So guys, if you remember, when we logged the viewChild value using the constructor method, we got the same undefined problem. The same reason is causing the string interpolation undefined error as well. The problem here is the same as before. The child component isn't ready when the constructor runs. So when we try to use child message in string interpolation, it's still undefined because the viewChild hasn't been initialized yet. So in order to fix this, we need to make sure that the child component is fully initialized before we use its data in the parent component. We already know that ng after View init is the right place to handle this because it runs after the View, including the child components, has been fully initialized. So we learned about this, right? So instead of trying to use child message directly in the string interpolation, we should assign it to a variable in the parent component after the View has been initialized. So in the ng after View init method, we can set this variable and then use this new variable in the string interpolation. So let's see this in action. Create a variable something message inside the app component ES file, class scope. Set this type as a string and assign an empty string value. So inside the lifecycle method, assign this viewChild message value to this new variable. So inside this dot message equal sign. So after this viewChild variable, so this dot child message. So after this, the variable name of the message variable that we declared inside the child component, which is this. So pass that here after this dot. So now inside the string interpolation, simply pass this message variable. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Beautiful, right? So we got this message from the child component, which is coming from the post list component. So guys, this is how we pass data from the child component to the parent component using the viewChild decorator. So once again guys, don't worry about the lifecycle method. We will dive deeper into this in a later section. So just get an idea about how to share data from child component to a parent component using the viewChild decorator. Perfect. Alright, in the last video we learned how to pass data between a child component and a parent component using the viewChild decorator. Now let's look at how to pass data from a child component to a parent component using the second method, the output decorator and the event emitter. So guys, this approach is useful when you want to see data changes that occur on things like button clicks or user interactions. So think that I want to send a message to the parent component when click the send message button on the child component. So how do we do that? Well, let's see this in action. So first, for this also, let's create a new variable inside the child component, which is the postlist component. So inside the postlist component, create a variable called something parent message. And this variable type will be a string. Next, set the value to something like message from the child component using click event. Now let's create a button inside the postlist component template, because I want to send this message to parent component when click a button, right? So go to the postlist component HTML file and create a simple button. The button text will be send message to parent. Next, inside the button tags, add a click event. In Angular, we use parentheses for events, right? So inside the parentheses, the event is click. Next, from here, let's call to a method something send message. So pass this inside of quotes. After this, don't forget to add the parentheses. Perfect. So guys, this calls send message method when the button is clicked. Alright, so as you guys can see here, we are getting this error. Why is that? Because this method is still not defined. So let's define this send message method inside the postlist component class. So go to the postlist component ts file. Inside the class scope, create the send message method. So the method name is send message. After this, parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this method, we want to emit the child message to the event emitter. Before that, let's make sure the button click event works. So add a console log inside this method, console.log, and pass this message button clicked. Don't forget to add this inside quotes. Right, so save this and go to the browser, click the button, and as you guys can see here, this button clicked log printed inside the browser console. So which means this click event is working as we expected. So alright, now let's get into the real business. Now let's see how to send this message to the parent component when click the send message button. So for this, we need to create a new event emitter with the output decorator. So for that, first we have to import output and event emitter into the postlist component from the Angular core. So put these imports inside the same import statement. So after this and this, first let's add the event emitter. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. So after this comma and next the output decorator. So this O is capital. Now next add the output decorator inside the class scope. So how do we add the output decorator? The same as the input decorator. So first add the @ symbol and the decorator name output. This O must be capital. So after this, name it something like message event and assign it to a new event emitter. So don't forget to add the parentheses after this event emitter. So guys, this event emitter will handle the event we want to emit. Okay. So guys, we have created the event emitter. Now we want to emit this message when this button is clicked. So let's see this in action. Guys, let's emit the message to the event emitter. So inside the send message method, because we are calling this method when we click event occur, right? So inside this method, add this dot message event, which is this output variable. After this dot and emit inside the parentheses, pass the message that we want to emit to this output variable, which is this parent message. So pass this inside this parentheses. So this dot parent message. That's it. So guys, this will emit the parent message into this output variable every time the button is clicked. Alright, so next we need to capture this event in the parent component. So how do we do that? So like the input method, we have to use this child component selector to capture the data that's sending from the child component. So open the app component HTML file and find the selector for the post list component. So inside this selector, bind the message event to a method in the parent component. So inside this selector, add this open and close brackets. Inside this, pass the output variable, which is this message event. After this, bind this to a method something called receive message, and after this add the parentheses, and the value of this event will assign to the event property. So pass that to this as a parameter. So inside this add $event. So guys, what's happening here? Guys, in here we are using the event binding approach to listen for the message event output variable that we defined in our child component. When this event is emitted, it will trigger the receive message method in our parent component, passing along whatever the data was emitted when this event is triggered as this $event parameter variable. Now you might be wondering, where is this receive message method? We haven't created it yet, so that's why we are getting this compile error. So let's go ahead and implement this method in our parent component. So go to the app component is file, and inside the class scope create the receive message method. So the method name is receive message. After this, the parentheses and the method scope. So next, this method will take a parameter. So define that here. The parameter variable name something message and set this type as string. Now inside the method, let's log the parameter variable to see what we are getting. So add this console.log, and inside parentheses pass this parameter variable, which is this message. Now save this and go to the browser. Click this button again, and as you guys can see here, this printed the message from the child component in the browser console. Awesome, right? So this shows that we successfully passed the data from the child component to the parent component using the output decorator event emitter. So guys, this is not done yet. So in order to display this message in the parent components template, first create a variable in the parent component class. So let's call it message from child. So, and its type will be string. After this, assign an empty value. Now inside the receive message method, assign the event parameter to this variable. This dot message from child assign message, which is this parameter variable. So guys, finally use the string interpolation to display this message in the parent component template. So open the app component HTML file, and inside this create a paragraph tag. Inside this string interpolation, use two curly brackets. Now pass the message from child variable between these string interpolation. Now save everything and go to the browser. Now when you click the button, you should see the message from the child component displayed in the parent component. Beautiful, right? So guys, this is how we pass data from a child component to a parent component using the output decorator and the event emitter. Alright, so guys, in the previous lecture, we learned how to deal with the data flow child to the parent component. For this, we use two approaches, view child and the output event approach. So let's look at how these decorators are working and what are the difference between these two approaches. So first let's look at the first approach, which is the view child decorator. So guys, with this we are directly looking inside of the child component and will access the data what we need. Think this is like something supermarket. In supermarket, they let us in without any problem with full access, and we can go around and we can take whatever the things we need, right? This is also same like this. So with the view child, we are giving the full access of the child component to the parent component. So parent component can get into the child component, access all the data stored inside of this child component. So guys, but we have a problem here. Think we need to buy just a toilet paper and we are going to the supermarket. We have to find the toilet paper section and we have to check out. So if the supermarket is a small one with few items, then we can easily find the item and check out. But think about a big supermarket chain. Inside of that, we can see so many items, categories, and thousands of varieties, and also it is too big, right? So we have to go around and around to find the single toilet paper, and we have to wait in the billing big queues just to buy a single toilet paper. It will very time consuming and it can easily make us exhausted, right? So the same thing can apply to the view child approach. So with the view child, we are accessing the child component. If the component is with just one or two variables, in that case, we can simply access the data. But think if the child component has so many variables and we want to access one of them using view child. So in this case, view child has to look through all of the variables and access the variables that we need and has to bring out back to the parent component. So this is something sound like a heavy task. So this can be slow down our application. To get just single variable, we are accessing hundreds of variables. It's not too good, right? So as a solution for this, we have the output decorator and the event emitter approach. So with this, we are just sending only the required data to the parent component from the child component, rather giving full access to the child component. If we take the same example scenario to buy a toilet paper roll, rather going to a big supermarket, we can simply go to a small grocery shop and we can ask the shop owner what we need and they will provide us. So in a small grocery shop, we don't have the full access like big supermarket. We will ask what we need from the shop owner or any shop employee. Then they are the one access the shop inventory and bring us what we asked, right? So the same thing can apply to the output event emitter approach as well. In here, we will not get access to the child component. The event emitter is the one sending our required data to the parent component. So with the output decorator, we are creating the bridge between child to parent component, and this event emitter will bring the required data to the parent component. Guys, I just took the supermarket concept for this to explain this you guys to understand this better. But this is not like a supermarket concept. There is more. So just remember how these two approaches works. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, now hope you guys have a clear picture about how to share a data between parent component to the child component and vice versa. So now in this lecture, let's look at another approach to sharing data from parent to child component, which is using the ng content or the content projection approach in Angular. So what the heck is this ng content? Well, think of it as a special window in our component that allow us to pass a piece of data from a parent component directly into child component. Wait, let's break it down a bit more. You guys know already how we have been passing data to child components using input decorator, right? So the ng content also same like that. But with this, we can send an entire block of HTML and we can place it exactly where we want in the child component view. So let's see this in action. Let's think about a real world example. Imagine we are creating a card component for our application. Sometimes we want the card to display a user profile, sometimes a product, and sometimes a blog article or something. So in this case, instead of creating 3 separate card components, we can create one flexible card component using the ng content. So let's dive in. So guys, for this, let's create another new component. How do we do that? Yes, of course, you guys already know about it, right? So we can generate a component using the Angular CLI. So go to the VS Code integrated terminal and add this command, ng generate component, and give it a name, something card. So in order to execute this command, hit enter. Perfect. Now we have the component. Next, let's load this inside the browser. So how do we do that? Very simple. In order to load this component inside the browser view, we have to add the component selector inside the app component. So this component selector is, we can find this inside the component.ts file, right? So this new card component selector is this app-card. So add this inside the app component HTML file as a custom HTML tag. Now, as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? So of course, this is a standalone component. So in order to prevent this error, we have to import this component to this app component. So inside the app component.ts file, inside this imports array, add the cards component. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this text which is coming from the card component. Alright, so guys, next let's work on the ng content. Guys, now I want to use this card component to load the user profile inside the browser. So for this, first we have to add the ng content tags inside the card component. So inside the card component HTML file, add this ng-content custom HTML tags, opening and closing HTML tags. That's it. Now inside the app component, between these card component selectors, we can pass the data that we want to render inside the card component. So for now, let's pass a simple p tag with the text something. This is loaded using ng content. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, inside this we can see text card is working. This is coming from the card component. But down here we got this text loaded using ng content. This is coming from the app component and it's rendered inside the card component. So guys, this is how we pass template data from parent component to the child component. So this ng content will render whatever the data we send between the component selector from the parent component. Alright guys, in the previous I told that I want to use the same card component to show two different values. So in this app component, I want to load the user details and also I want to load the post details from the post list component. So how do we do that? So first inside this, let's load the user details. Very simple. Between these card component selector, pass the values that we want to load. So we load the user details. So the set the username inside of h2 tags, open and close h2 tags, and inside that set a username something John Doe. Down here set the user join date. Put this inside of p tags. Set a dummy date. Next, let's pass the user description, something dummy paragraph text. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. We can see the user details. Now think I want to load the post details in another card. So for this, we'll add the card component inside the post list component. So go to the post list component HTML file and add the card component selector. So guys, now this post list component is the parent component of this card component. So now from here, we can send whatever the data that we want to load inside the card component. So from here, I want to send post details unlike the previous user details. So pass the data between these component selector tags. Inside of h2 tags, pass the blog title, something, blog post title 1. Next, pass the blog publish date inside of p tags. Next, pass the blog summary, something, dummy text. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got two cards. This user card loaded from the app component and this post card loaded from the post list component. So for this two layout, we used the same single card component. So this is one of the reusable component example using the content projection in Angular. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so guys, now let's look at another feature coming with this content projection, which is the multi-slot content projection. So guys, previously we simply passed these all data into this one ng content. So think if this card layout has header, a body, something, footer or the action area. So in the header area, I want to place the username. In the body area, I want to place the user details. In the action area or the footer, I want to place an action button. So how do we do that? For this, we can use the multi-slot content projection approach in Angular, right? So let's see this in action. So go to the card component HTML file. Inside this, now remove these ng content tags. Now think we have a card div. Inside that, we have these three sections. One for the card header. For this, let's create heading tags. Inside that, let's add a ng content tag. Now I want to load the header text inside this. Let's load a username inside this. So we'll pass this username from the app component. So inside the card selector, let's remove the previous tags. And now let's just pass only the username, right? So let's add the username inside of span tags. So add the span tags. So open and close span tags, and between these, let's add a dummy username, something, username. Now save this and go to the browser. We can see the username here. If you look at the code inside the browser, inside this card component, we got this header section. Inside this, we can see the username loaded inside the ng content. Perfect. So now what I want to do is I want to add the user details inside of the card body. So for this, we have to modify the card component. So go to the card component HTML file and add this. After this header, add a div tags. So guys, we'll use the div tags for the card body. Now again, inside this, add another ng content tags. So here we have project the user details. That's it. So save this and go to the app component HTML file, and inside this, now let's pass the user's name. So for this, let's create a h1 tags, and the username is John Doe. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Now inside the card, we got this view. But guys, if you look at the browser codes, in here, this time this ng content projected the contents inside this body div, not inside the header tags. So what's going on here? Can you guys guess? Guys, the problem here is, now inside this card component, we have added these two ng content tags. So when we have more than one ng content tags, this will automatically load the data inside the last ng content tag. So what if I add another ng content down here? Now this time the content is projected inside this outside ng content. So guys, once again, so when we have more than one ng content tags, this will automatically load the data inside the last ng content tag. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so in order to prevent this, we can give a unique identifier to each ng content tags, and using that identifier we can simply project the content that we want to load inside the particular section. For example, we want to load only the username inside the header and user details inside the card body. Let's see this in action. So for this, simply add a property name for this ng content tags. So inside of square brackets, we'll name this ng content as header. Next, we have to assign this to a special type of attribute called select. So pass this here, and at last don't forget to put this inside of quotes. Next, we'll name the second ng content as body. So first the attribute select, after this equal sign, and add this inside of square brackets body. So now we have given the unique identifiers for these. So now save this and go to the app component HTML file. Now this time let's load this username inside the header area. For this, guys, we gave the identifier as header. So simply pass that inside this span text. Next, we'll load this inside the body area. So add the identifier inside this user's name h1 tags. That's it. Simple, right? So now save this and go to the browser. We got the data here. If you look at the browser elements, this time the username loaded inside the header area and the user's name John Doe loaded inside the body div. If you look further down here, in the last ng content, we got nothing. Why is that? This time we are directly binding the content to each section ng content using the unique identifier, right? Perfect. So guys, before the end of this lecture, I want to add an action button inside the footer area. So how do we add that? Very simple. Again, inside the card component, create a footer section, and inside that add the ng content tags. Now in order to load the content inside this, we have to give it a name, something footer. So do this using the select attribute, same like previous. Now next, from the parent component, send the data. So I want to set an action button for this. So create a button after this and set the button name as something view profile. Now in order to load this inside the footer, we have to pass the identifier name, which is footer. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Inside this, we got the button. If you look at the code now, so inside this we can see the button is loaded inside the footer area. So guys, this is how we deal with multi-slot content projection in Angular. So hope you guys got the idea. Hey guys, welcome to this new section where we're going to dive into really important concept in Angular, lifecycle hooks. So what are lifecycle hooks and why do we need to know about them? So let's dive in. Alright, so first thing first, what exactly are lifecycle hooks? Well, lifecycle hooks are special method provided by Angular that allow us to tap into different stages of a component's lifecycle, from the moment a component is created to the moment it is destroyed. Angular provides hooks that let us run custom logics at specific times. Think of a component's life cycle like a human life. We have different stages: birth, growing up, adulthood, and finally the end of the life. Similarly, a component goes through different stages from creation to destruction, and Angular gives us hooks to perform actions at each stage. Now you might be wondering, why do we need these hooks? For guys, sometimes we need to set up some data or state as soon as the component is created. So sometimes we might need to perform actions when data bound properties changes. So sometimes we have to clean up the resources or subscription to avoid memory leaks when the component is destroyed. So each of these scenarios, we have to use these lifecycle hooks. Don't worry about this if you guys don't get it. You guys will get used to these in next few lectures. Alright, so now let's get an overview of the different lifecycle hooks available in Angular. So almost we have 8 different lifecycle hooks available in Angular components. The first one is the ng on init. So guys, this called once after the component is initialized. So the second one is ng on changes. So this called every time an input property changes. Next we have the ng do check. This will called during every change detection run. So next the ng after content init lifecycle hook. So this will called once after the component's content has been initialized. Next we have the ng after content checked. So this will called after every check of the component's content. Next we have the ng after view init. So this will called once after the component's view has been initialized. Next we have the ng after view checked. So guys, this will called after every check of the component's view. And last we have the ng on destroy. So this lifecycle hook will called just before the component is destroyed. So guys, don't worry if this seems like a lot. We are going to go through each one of these lifecycle hooks step by step with examples. So to really understand lifecycle hooks, we need to see them in action. So in next few lectures, we'll create a simple Angular component and implement these hooks one by one. So we'll log messages to the console so we can see exactly when each hook is called. Alright, so guys, that's a brief introduction to lifecycle hooks in Angular. Understanding and using these hooks effectively is crucial for building robust and maintainable application. So in the next lectures, we'll dive deep into each lifecycle hook, see how it works and how we can use it in our components. Alright, before we dive into the lifecycle hooks, let's look at another feature in the component, which is loading and destroying components inside the browser view programmatically. So let's see this in action. As we learned in previous lectures, in order to load a component inside of the browser view, we have to add the component selector inside of the main root component, in our case inside this app component. So for this, we directly use the template file. Think if any case, if we want to load a component inside the view, when we click a button or something, or in any case if we want to render a component conditionally, how do we do that? For this we have two approaches in Angular. So the first one is the ng component outlet directive. So this is a custom directive which renders components inside the browser dynamically. So let's see this and we'll move on to the next one. So inside the app component HTML file, I want to load the post list component inside of a div. So inside the app component HTML file, create a div. Now inside this, let's load the component programmatically. For this, we'll use the component outlet directive, right? So inside this div, add the directive. In Angular, all the directives starts with the asterisk symbol, right? So add that here. After this, the directive name is ng component outlet. Carefully follow this capital simple letters. Now from here, let's call a method something load component. So after this, add the parentheses. So in order to work with this, we have to do two things. First, we have to add the import statement for this directive. So after that, we have to create this method. Still, this method is not created inside the component ts file. So back to the app component ts file. First, let's add the import. So inside the import decorator, add this. So the directive name is ng component outlet. So select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. So guys, this is coming with the Angular command module. So next let's create the method. So down here the method name is load component. So after this parentheses and the method scope. Now from inside this method, simply return the component that we want to render inside the browser. So add the return keyword. After this, the component is this post list component. So guys, in order to work this, we have to import this to this app component. We already did this in a previous lecture. So again, we don't need to import that. So that's it. Now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, inside the browser, we can see the post list components view. This is loaded using the ng component outlet. So guys, this is how we load a component inside of the view programmatically using the ng component outlet directive. Alright, now let's quickly look at the second approach of this loading a component inside the view programmatically. So for this, we'll use a separate inbuilt Angular API, view content ref. So let's see this in action. Now this time I want to render the post list component view inside the browser when a user clicks a button. So for this, first thing first, let's create a button inside the app component.ts file. Inside this, down here, create a button tags and the button text will be create component. Next, attach a click event binding for this. How do we do that? Very simple, just add the click event inside the brackets. After this, the method. So let's call the same previous method for this as well. So the method name is load component. After this, add the parentheses. So now we don't need the previous approach. So I'll comment this. Now go to the app component.ts file. First thing first, we have to inject this view container ref to this component. So create a constructor method. Inside this parentheses, we have to add the injection. So private, create a variable something view container. After this, colon, and our module name is view container ref. So select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Guys, don't worry about this injection. We will learn about this in detail in the Angular services section. For now, just simply follow these steps. That's it. So now inside the load component method, which is we are calling when the load component button is pressed with this click event, right? So now inside this, let's add the code to render the post list component inside the browser view. So inside this, add this dot view container, which is this injected dependency view container ref, right? After this dot create component and the parentheses. So this method requires the component that we want to render as the parameter. So pass that inside this parentheses. So the parameter is the post list component. That's it. So simply guys, this will render this component inside the view when we click the load component button. Alright, so save this and go to the browser. Now click on this button. As you guys can see here, this loaded the post list component inside the browser. Awesome, right? So guys, before the end of this lecture, let's see how to remove or destroy a component from the view using the same approach. So for this, also create a button inside the app component HTML file. So the button text is something remove component. Next, add the click event. From this, let's call a method something remove component. So now go to the app component file and create the remove component method. So now inside this, let's add the code to remove the component from the view. So for this also, we will use the same view container ref. So inside this dot view container, which is the injected container ref, right? So after this, to remove a component from the view, we have to call the remove method. So after this dot remove and add the parentheses. So guys, simply this will remove the component that attach to this Vue container. That's it. So save this and go to the browser, click on this button. This will render the PostGIS component inside the Vue. Now click on the remove component. As you guys can see here, this removed the post list component from the Vue. Cool, right? So guys, this is how we programmatically render and remove components from the Vue. Alright guys, in this section we are going to talk about the first lifecycle hook in Angular, which is ng on changes. So what is this ng on changes and why do we use it? So guys, the ng on changes is the first lifecycle hook that Angular calls when the component is rendered. It's called whenever the data bound input properties change. This means that whenever the value of an input property in your component changes, Angular will call ng on changes method. So think of it like this. Imagine you are updating a profile on a social media site. Every time you change your profile picture or update your bio, the changes get saved and displayed inside the browser view. Similarly, ng on changes detects the changes in input properties and allow us to react to those changes immediately. So let's see how we can use this in our code. So guys, for this first let's create a simple component. We'll call it profile component. So how do we create a new component? Guys, simply go to the VS Code integrated terminal and run this command ng gc and name it profile component. Now what I want to do is I want to share the username from the app component to this new profile component. So how do we do that? For this guys, first thing first, we need a connection. So parent child. In order to do that, we have to add our new profile component inside the app component. So go to the app component HTML file and add this profile component selector, which is this app-profile. So now save this and go to the browser. This loaded the text from the profile component. Awesome. Now next, I want to define the onChanges lifecycle hook inside the profile component. So how do we do that? Very simple. So first thing first, we have to add the import statement. Only for this lecture, I will add the import statement manually. From next lecture onwards, we can do this automatically. So for this, we can use the auto import that coming with the VS Code integrated feature, right? So inside the profile component ES file, add this top here. So guys, this onChanges lifecycle hook also coming with the Angular core package. So we don't need to write a new import statement. For this, we can simply add this inside the same component import. So after this, add a comma and add our hook name onChanges. So guys, this is not onChange, it's called onChanges. So carefully follow this naming convention. Next, in order to use this hook, we have to implement to this component class. So after this component class name, add the keyword implements. After this, add our lifecycle hook onChanges. Pass it same like the import we add. Carefully follow the capital simple letters, otherwise you will get unnecessary errors. So guys, what is this implement? With this, we are changing this component class shape to use this lifecycle hook, right? So now as you guys can see here, we are getting this error saying there is missing this ng onChanges property in this onChanges lifecycle hook. So in order to use this, we need this method ng onChanges declared inside this component. So down here inside the class scope, let's define the method. The method name is ng onChanges. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. Next, the method parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this method, we can add the code to run when this onChanges lifecycle hook triggered. So for now, just let's log a message so we can actually see when this method will trigger. So inside this, add the console.log. Inside this, set the message something onChanges triggered. Now save this and go to the browser. Now inside the browser console, we got nothing here. Why is that? Can you guys guess? Guys, as I said, in order to trigger this ng on changes hook, there must be something that should change on an input property. Now in our case, inside of this profile component, still we don't have any input properties. So that's why this method is not triggered. Alright, so now let's try to trigger this onChanges method. So now I want to send the username from the app component or the parent component to this child component. So how do we do that? For this we can use the input decorator, right? So let's do this. So guys, first thing first, we need the variable to store the username. So go to the app component ES file and create a new variable, something username. So set this type as string and set a default value something John Doe. Next, let's send this username to the profile or the child component. How do we do that? We simply bind that to this component selector. So inside this, add a square brackets and add a new input variable named something p username. So this p stands for parent, right? So next, assign this to the username variable that we define inside this app component. Now we are getting this compile error because still we are not declared this input variable inside the profile component. So go to the profile component and create this variable. Guys, this must be an input variable. So add the input decorator. So how do we add that? We'll define a decorator using the @ symbol, right? So add @ symbol after this input. So this I is capital. After this, add the parentheses. Now next, add the variable name that we added inside the profile component selector, which is this p username. So add that here. After this, add the variable type as string. Perfect. So guys, before we move on, let's render this input variable inside the browser. So inside the profile component HTML file, add the string interpolation and render this p username inside this. Awesome. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the username inside the browser. Now let's look at inside the browser console. As you guys can see here, this time inside the console, we got this ng on changes triggered message, which means this time the ng on changes method triggered somehow. Can you guys guess what happened here? So guys, nothing much here. Now we have an input property inside our profile component. So this onChanges hook will automatically trigger when this input property changed. So at the initial stage of this component, we declared this input variable. Once this loaded, we sent the username value to this component via binding to this input variable from the parent component. So in that case, this input variable value changes. So if the input variable value changes, this ng on changes hook will trigger. So that's how we got this log printed inside the browser view. Wait, I'll show you another example. Let's change this username value dynamically when clicking a button. So for this, first thing first, create this button inside the component HTML file. Set the button text something, change username. Now from this button, let's call a method in click event. So bind the click event. Inside this, call a method something, change user. After this, don't forget to add the parentheses. Now go to the app component ES file and create the change user method. So now inside this method, change the username value to something, John Smith. Now save this all and go to the browser. Inside the console, we can see the initial onChanges hooks log. Now click on this button, change user. As you guys can see here, when I click the button, this changes the username value to John Smith. And inside the browser console, again we can see the second onChanges log, which means for the second time also the ng onChanges hook triggered. How this happened? Because guys, this time again we are changing the input value of the profile component. So when we change this username inside the app component, the Angular change detection mechanism will detect this change and automatically send the new value to the child component's input variable. So that's how we can see the updated username variable loaded inside the browser. So when this input username value changed, ngOnChanges hook will detect this input property changes and triggered this ngOnChanges lifecycle hook. So that's how we got this log printed inside the browser view for the second time as well. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so once again, the ngOnChanges is a powerful lifecycle hook that let us react to changes in input properties. Whenever an input property changes, Angular calls ngOnChanges, allowing us to handle the change and update our component accordingly. So this is especially useful for handling dynamic data and keeping our components in sync with changes. I think that's it for ngOnChanges lifecycle hook. So guys, keep practicing using examples to get a better understanding of how it works. So in the next section, we'll cover the ngOnInit lifecycle hook and see how it works with the Angular components. So let's move on to the next lecture. Alright guys, in this section we are going to dive into another super important lifecycle hook in Angular, which is ngOnInit. So what is ngOnInit all about and why do we need it to know it? So first thing first, what exactly is ngOnInit? Well, ngOnInit is a lifecycle hook that Angular calls after the component has been initialized. It's like the ready to go signal for your component. Think of it like this. When you are setting up for a party, you first get all your decorations and food ready. So that's like the components being created. But the party doesn't really start until everyone's arrived and you say, let's begin. So that let's begin moment is what ngOnInit is for your component. Now you might be wondering, why do we need ngOnInit? So here is why. So guys, it's the perfect place to initialize your component's data. So if you need to fetch data from a server when your components loads, ngOnInit is where you typically do that. So any complex setup that shouldn't be in the constructor can go here. Remember, ngOnInit is called only once in the component's lifecycle right after the component has been initialized. Alright, so let's see how we can use ngOnInit in our code. For this guys, we'll use our profile component from the previous example. First, in order to work with this hook, we need to import onInit from Angular core. So go to the profile.component.ts file and add the import inside this same Angular core import. So after this, add a comma and the hook name is onInit. So guys, carefully follow these capital simple letters. This O and I must be uppercase letters. Perfect. Now next, so guys, in order to use this hook, we need to implement onInit lifecycle hook to our component class, right? So after this first onChanges hook, simply add a comma and add our current hook onInit. Now we are getting this compile error saying that the ngOnInit method is missing. So in order to work with this, we need to add this ngOnInit method inside this component class, right? So let's do this. Down here, add the method. So the method name is ngOnInit. Once again, carefully follow the naming convention. Now after this, the method parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this hook, let's add a console log. So console.log and set the log message something ngOnInit hook triggered. That's it. Now save this all and go to the browser. Open the browser console and you should see this message ng on init triggered. So guys, unlike the previous hook, we don't need any input values or anything. This ng on init will automatically triggers when the component initialized. So one more thing, now this component is fully initialized. That's why we are seeing this component view inside the browser, right? As I said previously, after the component fully initialized, we cannot trigger this ng on init method again. Wait, now if I click this change username button, this will change the username value and this triggered the onChanges hook for the second time. However guys, this does not trigger the ng on init. So what I am trying to explain is that this ng on init will only trigger once. So after that, this on init hook will not trigger again, no matter what changes happen inside the component. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so ng on init is a crucial lifecycle hook in Angular. It's called once the component is initialized and its binding are resolved, making it the perfect place for initialization logic, especially when you need access to input properties or need to make API calls. So guys, keep this in your mind. Use the ng on init for complex initialization, especially those involving input properties or data fetching. The ng on init is called only once per component's lifecycle. Hope you guys got the idea. I think that's it for ng on init. So practice this in your components to get a better feel for how it works. So in the next section, we'll cover another important lifecycle hook, ng do check. So see you there. Alright, so guys, in the previous lecture, we looked at the ng on init lifecycle hook. So before we move on to the next hook, let's look at the constructor method in this component. So guys, this constructor is not something coming with the Angular or it's not fall under lifecycle hooks. And by default, constructor method is coming with the TypeScript. However, in order to understand the ng on init lifecycle, we have to understand this constructor method's behavior as well. So let's dive in. The first question is, what is a constructor? Well, a constructor is a special method in a class that gets triggered automatically when an instance of the class is created. In Angular terms, it's the first method that's called when a component is initiated. Think of it like the birth of a component. Just like when a baby is born, there are certain things that happen immediately inside the baby's body, right? So that's what the constructor is for in the life of a component. Alright, so let's see how we can use a constructor in our code. We'll use our profile component from previous examples. So let's create the constructor method. So for this guys, we don't need to add any imports, just simply create the method. So inside this, before this ng on init, add this constructor. After this, add the method parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, let's log a message. So then we can simply check when this constructor method will trigger. So add this console.log and add the message something, constructor method triggered. That's it. Now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, inside the browser console, we can see this message constructor method triggered. So guys, as I said, this constructor method will trigger when this component class new instance created. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, now you guys might be thinking, wait a minute, couldn't we just do everything in the constructor instead of using ng on init lifecycle hook? And these both triggered almost at the same time, right? Well, it's not exactly like that. So let's see why. For this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log this input variable in this constructor method and also inside the ng on init hook. So let's do this. Inside the constructor method, after this first log, add another log and add the input variable p username inside this parentheses. This dot p username. Now copy and paste this same log inside the ng on init as well. That's it. So now save this and refresh your browser. Look at the console logs. Can you spot the difference? So guys, inside the browser console, you will see that in the constructor, the username is undefined. But in ng on init, it has a value. Can you guys tell me what is the problem here? Guys, this is because input properties aren't set until after the constructor has run, but they are available by the time ng on init runs. Wait, let's make it more simple. Alright, so guys, the constructor method isn't something that coming with the Angular framework. This is by default coming with the TypeScript class. In other words, this is something a JavaScript class feature. So when this run, the TypeScript class or our component class will create an instance of that class inside the memory or in our computer RAM. Simply this will allocate a memory space for this. After that, this will allocate spaces for variables and other methods that are included inside this class. So if take our profile component, when we run this, first this profile component class will allocate a memory space for this or create an instance of this component class inside our PC RAM. After that, the constructor method will trigger immediate after this allocation of the memory space. At this time, the component class is empty. There is nothing inside this. So that's why we are getting this undefined. Because there is no pusername input variable value to print inside the browser console. So that's why we are getting the undefined at this constructor stage. So hope you guys got the idea. Next, let's look at our second scenario. So guys, the ng on init hook will trigger after the component fully initialized or fully loaded all its variables and methods inside the memory. So in this case, when trigger this ng on init hook, this input pusername is already initialized and ready to use. So that's how we get the input variable value printed inside the browser console. So this is what I was trying to tell you guys. And this is the main difference between this ng on init lifecycle hook and the constructor method. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so guys, mostly we use the constructor for dependency injection and simple initialization that don't depend on input properties. So we'll use ng on init for more complex initialization, especially those that rely on input properties of fetching data. Okay, so now that we know that constructors are for, so let's talk about some best practices for this constructor method. First, keep it simple. The constructor should be lightweight, so avoid complex logics or heavy computations. Next, use the constructor only for injecting dependencies. Next, avoid async operations. Don't make HTTP calls or start complex async operations inside the constructor method. And at last, don't access the DOM. The view isn't ready in the constructor, so don't try to access DOM elements inside this constructor. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so that's it for the constructor. So guys, practice using them in your components to get a better feel for how they work. So in the next, we'll cover another important concepts in Angular. Alright, so let's move on to the next lesson. Alright guys, let's move on to our next lifecycle hook in Angular, ng-do-check. So what's ng-do-check all about and why do we need to know it? So let's begin. Alright guys, so first thing first, what exactly is ng-do-check? Well, ng-do-check is a lifecycle hook that Angular calls during every change detection run. It's like a vigilant guard, constantly checking for changes in your component. Think of it like this. Imagine you are watching a busy street from your window. Every time a car passes by, even if it is the same car, you look out to see what's happening. That's what ng-do-check does for your component. It checks for changes every time Angular's change detection runs, even if nothing has actually changed. Now you might be wondering, why do we need to use this ng-do-check lifecycle hook? Here's why. So this has custom change detection approach. So it allows you to implement your own custom change detection. So next, it's useful when Angular's default change detection might miss changes in complex objects or arrays. So next, you can use it to track how often change detections run. But guys, remember, with a greater power comes great responsibility. So the ng-do-check lifecycle hook can be called very frequently. So we need to be careful not to put heavy operations in here. Alright, so let's see how we can use ng-do-check in our code. We'll use our same profile component for this as well. So first we need to import do-check from Angular core, same like previous. So guys, now we don't need to add the import manually. We'll do this using the autocomplete way. So just implement this do-check lifecycle hook in our component class. So we already used this implement for the previous hooks. So just pass our new hook interface after this. So add a comma and the hook name is do-check. Carefully follow these simple capital letters. Now guys, select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Perfect. Now in order to work with this do-check hook, we have to add the ng-do-check method inside this class. So down here, create an ng-do-check method. Don't forget to add the parentheses and the method scope. Next, inside this, let's add a log, console.log, and set the log as something ng-do-check triggers. That's it. Now save this and go to the browser, open your browser console, and you might be surprising by how many times you see ng-do-check triggered logged inside this browser console. So here we see that this do-check log printed twice. So at the initial stage of this component, we are passing the username value from the parent component. So by default, we added this input property value as an empty string. So when we receiving the input value from the parent, so this will change. So in this case, Angular change detection will get active and update our component's value and the browser view. So this change detection will trigger the ng-do-check method as well. So that's how we got the second ng-do-check triggered log message inside the browser console. So how this first do-check printed here? So this printed on the initial stage of components declared. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so now let's click on this update user button. This time also this triggered the ng-do-check. So guys, ng-do-check is a powerful lifecycle hook that allows us to implement custom change detection logics. It's called during every change detection run, enabling you to inspect and react to changes in your component state. This is especially useful when the default Angular change detection doesn't cover your specific needs. Alright, so guys, that's it for the ng-do-check lifecycle hook. So practice using it to get a better understanding of how it works. So in the next section, we'll cover the ng after content init hook and see how it helps with project content. Alright, before we move on to the next lifecycle hook, some of you guys might be thinking, wait a minute, isn't this ng-do-check hook similar to ng on changes? Well, it's not exactly similar to the ng on changes hook. The ng-do-check hook is a part of Angular's change detection mechanism, unlike ng on changes, which only gets called when input properties change. ng-do-check is called during every change detection run. This allows you to implement your own change detection logic and catch changes that ng on changes might miss. So let's set up an example to see how ng-do-check works compared to the ng on changes. For this guys, we'll set up a variable inside the profile component, something. We'll name it counter, set the variable type as number and set a default value 0. Now let's render this inside the browser view. How do we do that? Yes, of course, for this we will use this string interpolation. So inside the profile component HTML file and add this, let's put this inside of an h1 tags. So create h1 tag and inside this add the string interpolation. Inside this string interpolation, pass the counter variable. Now save this and go to the browser. We can see this counter value. Now let's add a simple logic to increment this counter value when clicking a button. So go to the profile HTML file and create a button tags and set a button text something increment counter. Next, from this button, let's call a method. So for this, bind a click event and call a method from this. So set the method name as something increment counter. After this, don't forget to add the parentheses. Now inside the profile component TS file, create this method. The method name is increment counter. Add the parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, let's increment the counter value. For this, we can use the increment operator, right? So inside this method, this dot counter. After this, add the increment operator, double plus signs. So guys, this will simply increase the current value of this counter value by 1. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Now we can see these values inside the browser. So guys, this username is coming from the parent component and this counter value is declared inside the profile component. So inside the browser console, we got these ng on changes and do check methods, triggers, logs. So now what I want to do is, now just click on the change username button, username changed, right? Inside the browser console, wait, let's clear the console so you guys can see this clearly. Now our console is empty. Again, click on the change user button. Inside the console, we got this ng on changes triggered and also we got the ng do check triggered log. Which means when we updating these input property value, this triggered the both lifecycle hooks. But if I click on this counter button, as you guys can see here, every time I click the counter, this triggered only the ng do check lifecycle hook, not the on changes hook. So the lesson here is ng on changes hook is only called when the input property reference changes, but the ng do check hook is called during every change detection that happens inside our component. So this is the main difference between the ng on changes and the ng do check hook. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so in summary, the ng do check hook is a powerful but tricky lifecycle hook in Angular. It's called during every change detection run, giving you fine-grained control over detecting changes in your component. But keep this, remember, use ng do check for custom change detection logics. It's called very frequently, so keep the logic inside this lightweight. It can catch changes that ng on changes might miss, especially in complex objects. So, and last but not least, be mindful of performance implications when using this ng do check. Awesome. I think that's it for the ng do check lifecycle hook. So once again, practice it's your own, but remember to use it with caution. So in the next section, we'll cover another important lifecycle hook in Angular. So let's move on. Alright guys, now that we have covered the earlier lifecycle hooks, let's dive into the next one, ng after content init. So this is a really interesting one, especially when you start working with the content projection in Angular. So first thing first, what exactly is this ng after content init? Well, this lifecycle hook is called once after Angular has fully initialized all content projected into the component. So in simple terms, if your component is using something like ng content tags, so ng after content init is triggered once that projected content has been inserted into the component's view, right? So now let's get into an example so you can see how this works in action. For this guys, we'll use the same profile component as previous. So first thing first, for this we need to set up the content projection to this component. So inside the profile component, let's set up the content projection. Wait, before that we'll reset this component so we can simply understand this better way. Alright, now inside the profile component HTML file, let's add a div, and inside this let's add the ng content tags. So hope you guys remember this. We learned about this in detail, right? So simply we use this to project a content that coming from the parent component. Alright, so now let's simply send something from the parent component. So in our case, we'll use the app component as our parent component. So inside the app component HTML file, inside this profile component selector, simply add a p tag and set a dummy paragraph, something like content projected from parent. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we can see this paragraph that projected from the parent component. Awesome, right? So now let's work with the after content init hook. So inside the profile component, let's implement this hook. So as you guys know, in order to use any of Angular lifecycle hooks, we have to implement that hook interface to our component class. So let's do this. After this, add the implements keyword and add the hook after content init. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Now in order to work with this, we have to add the ng after content init method. So add that inside this component class. So the method name is ng after content init. So carefully follow these capital simple letters, right? Now after this, add the parentheses and the method scope. Now guys, simply inside this add a log console.log and set a message something after content init triggered. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Inside this we got the content that we projected from the parent component, and if we look at the console, we got this log after content init triggered. So guys, the ng after content init will simply trigger after the content from the parent has been projected and fully initialized inside the browser view. So guys, simply we are projecting this p tag from the parent app component. When this component start initializing, Angular will know there is a content projection in this profile component. So Angular change detection will watch this ng content continuously to capture the content projection. Once this ng content complete the content projection, this will trigger the Angular after content init lifecycle hook. So that's how we got this log printed inside the browser view. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so now some of you guys may be wondering, when should I actually use this hook? The answer is, use ng after content init when you need to perform some actions after the content from the parent component has been projected into your component. This is especially useful for scenarios where you need to manipulate or access that content after it's been rendered. Guys, before end of this lecture, remember these key points. So ng after content init is only called once after the content has been projected into the component. Unlike ng on changes, ng after content init doesn't rerun every time the content changes. It only runs once after the content is initialized. And also guys, it's especially useful when you are working with content projection and need to interact with or manipulate that content after it's been inserted into the view. Alright guys, so that's the ng content init lifecycle hook. It's a powerful tool when you need to work with projected content, making it easier to manage complex components interactions. As you build more complex Angular application, you will start to see where this hook can really come in handy. Alright guys, now that we have covered ng after content init, so now it's time to move on to the next lifecycle hook in Angular, ng after content checked. So this hook is all about checking the content that's been projected into a component, and it's give you an extra layer of control over your component's content. So guys, what exactly does ng after content checked? Well, this lifecycle hook is called after every check of the content that has been projected into your component. That means every time Angular runs its change detection cycle, it will call this hook to allow you to inspect and react to any changes in the projected content. So this is something like the ng-do-check hook. This will trigger every time the projected content changed. So let's use the previous same example for this. So inside the profile component is file, let's add the hook. As usual, first thing first, we have to add the implementation. So inside this, after this, add a comma and add the hook after content checked. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import. Now next, let's add the lifecycle method. So the method name is ng after content checked. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. Now after this method, add the parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, as usual, simply log the message after content check triggered. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this printed the after content checked log. So guys, this triggered after the content projected. Perfect. Alright, so some of you guys might be wondering, why would I need this hook if I already have ng after content init? The key difference here is that while ng after content init is only called once, ng after content check is called every time Angular checks for changes in the projected content. So this makes it ideal for situations where you need to react to changes in content over time, not just at the initial load. Wait, I'll show you an example for this. So inside the app component, we have this username. So we'll now project this username to the profile component. So inside the profile selector, we'll send this to the profile component. So create h1 tags and add the username variable using the string interpolation. That's it. Now save this and go to the browser. Now we got the username projected here. And inside the console, we got the initial content checked log. Now let's change the username by clicking this button. As you guys can see here, the ng after content checked triggered again, but the ng content init is not triggered. So this is the main difference between these ng after content init and this ng after content checked lifecycle hooks. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so keep this in your mind that ng after content check is called after every change detection cycle, allowing you to monitor and respond to the changes in projected content. So it's different from the ng after content init because it run multiple times, not just once. And also guys, use ng after content checked when you need to keep an eye on the content that might change over time and you need to perform some actions whenever that happens. Alright, so that's it for the ng after content checked lifecycle hook. So it gives you a powerful way to track changes in projected content and react accordingly. Whether you are building a complex UI components or just need more control over content projections, understanding when and how to use ng after content checked can really level up your Angular skills. Alright guys, let's quickly dive into the next lifecycle hook in Angular, and this one's really important when you are working with your components view. So I'm talking about ng after view init. So guys, what exactly is this ng after view init lifecycle hook? Well, this lifecycle hook is triggered after Angular has fully initialized the components view and all its child views inside the browser. In simple terms, once all the DOM elements in your component and its children are ready and rendered, ng after view init gets called. So this hook is especially useful when you need to perform operations that depend on your view being fully rendered. For example, if you want to manipulate DOM elements directly or access the properties of child components, this is the place to do it. Alright, so when does this hook actually run? After Angular finishes rendering your components view, ng after view init is fired. This happens after the ng on init hook and after Angular has checked the components view for any changes. So it's important to note that ng after view init only runs once during the components lifecycle. If you update the view later on, ng after view init won't run again. Only the ng after view checked will handle those scenarios. So let's look at an example for this. So guys, let's simply add this hook inside the profile component is file like previous. So first we have to implement this to this component class. So after this, add this. The lifecycle hook interface name is after view init. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. So add this here and select the correct hook from the autocomplete. This will add the hook import. Now in order to work with this, we need to add the ng after view init method. So add that here. The method name is ng after view init. After this, add the parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, simply add a log so we can simply see when this method triggered. Alright, so save this and go to the browser. Now inside the browser console, so we can see this log. So guys, simply this ng after view init will trigger once the component is fully rendered inside the browser view. Wait, so let's render this component programmatically so we can see this clearly. Inside the app component HTML file, let's remove the profile component selector and create a button. Set the button text to load profile. From this button, call a method in the click event. So inside this, call a method something load components. After this, add the parentheses. So guys, we already have this method inside the app component is file. In a previous lecture, we learned how to load component programmatically in detail, right? So I'm not going to write this code again. If any of you miss this, you can go back and learn this again, right? Alright, so guys, now only change this post list component to profile component inside this method. So simply this will render this component inside the browser when clicking the button. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now we cannot see the profile component, and also inside the console we cannot see the after view init log as well. Now click on this button. As you guys can see here, this rendered the profile component, and also inside the browser console we can see this after view init triggered log. So if I click this button again, this rendered this component again, and inside the console we got the log again. So guys, this is how this ng after view init works. Simply this will trigger after the component's view is fully initialized. Hope you guys got the idea. Now guys, some of you guys might be wondering, why should I care about this hook? Well, ng after weave init is crucial when you need to interact with your components weave after it's been fully loaded. Let's say you need to focus an input field automatically when the weave loads, or maybe you need to dynamically measure the size of an element in the weave. These are tasks that require the DOM to be fully available, which makes ng after weave init the perfect hook for them. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so guys, that's it for this lifecycle hook. So if we recap this again, the ng after weave init is a powerful tool in your Angular toolkit. Whenever you need to interact with your components weave or access child components once everything is loaded, this is the hook to use. Remember, it only runs once. So if you need to respond to weave changes afterward, you will want to look into the ng after weave checked hook, which we'll cover in the next lecture. So keep this hook in mind as you build more complex Angular applications, especially when dealing with dynamic content or DOM manipulation. It can save you a lot of headaches by ensuring your code only runs when the weave is fully available. Perfect. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we covered ng after weave init. So let's move on to the next lifecycle hook, ng after weave checked. So this one is crucial when it comes to handling changes in the weave after it's been initialized. So guys, what exactly is ng after weave checked? So this lifecycle hook is called after Angular has checked the components weave and its child weaves for any changes. This means that every time Angular does its change detection for your components weave, ng after weave checked is triggered. So this hook is particularly useful when you need to perform operations that respond to changes in the weave, especially if those changes aren't tied directly to your components data, but instead to the structure or content of the weave itself. So here's the key things to remember. ng after weave checked is called every time Angular checks the weave for changes. So unlike ng after weave init, which only runs once after the weave is initialized. So ng after weave checked can be triggered multiple times during the lifecycle of a component. For example, if you are updating the weave based on a user interaction, or if data binding causes the weave to change, ng after weave checked will be triggered. So let's quickly set up an example so we can understand this clearly. So go to the profile component is file, and first we have to implement this. So after this, class implements add the lifecycle hook, which is the after weave checked. Now select this autocomplete. This will add the import here. Now down here at the ng after weave checked method, inside this simply add a log something after weave checked triggered. Awesome. Now save this all and go to the browser. Now in order to load the profile component inside the browser, we have to click this button. So click on it. As you guys can see here, this loaded the component. Inside the console, we got the both after weave init and after weave checked hooks triggered message. Now here, click on this increment button. We implement this increment logic in a previous section, right? So click on this increment button. As you guys can see here, when this value increase, this is triggering the ng after weave checked lifecycle hook. So simply guys, this will trigger every time the Angular change detection run. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, why do we need this if we already have ng after weave init? Well, ng after weave checked is essential when you need to perform action that must occur every time the weave changes, not just once after it's initialized. So this is the main difference between after weave init and after we've checked lifecycle hooks. Before end of this lecture, one important thing to keep in mind with ng after we've checked is that since it runs frequently, it can impact performance if you are doing heavy computations or complex DOM manipulations within this hook. Always ensure that any code inside ng after we've checked is as efficient as possible to avoid slowing down your application. Alright, so that's it for the ng after we've checked hook. So let's move on to the next and our last lifecycle hook, ng on destroy. Alright guys, we have covered a lot of the lifecycle hooks so far, but now it's time to talk about the last Angular lifecycle hook in our list, which is ng on destroy. So guys, what exactly is ng on destroy? This lifecycle hook is the last one that Angular calls before your component is destroyed. It's your component's final chance to clean up any resources, unscribe form observables, detach event handlers, or do any other necessary cleanup task. Think of it as packing up and shutting down. When you are done using a room, you make sure everything is turned off, packed up, and nothing is left behind before you leaving. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so ng on destroy is triggered just before Angular removes the component from the DOM. This typically happens when you navigate away from a view or if you manually destroy a component programmatically. Since it's called right before the component is torn down, it's the perfect place to handle any cleanup tasks that prevent memory leaks and other potential issues. So let's see an example for this. So guys, for this also we'll use the same profile component inside this as usual. First thing first, add the on destroy hook to implements. So after this comma and the hook name is on destroy. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Next, add the ng on destroy method down here. Method name is ng on destroy. So inside this method, simply add a log, and the log message will be something like ng on destroy triggered. That's it. So guys, now what I want to do is I want to close or remove this component from the DOM programmatically. So we did this before, so I'm gonna use that again for this example as well. So guys, inside the app component HTML file, create a button and set the button text as remove profile. Now from this button, let's call this method remove component. Guys, if you can remember, we already declared this in a previous lecture, so hope you guys all remember this. So guys, this will simply remove the rendered component from the DOM. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. First render the profile component using this button. Now click on this remove component. Inside the browser console, we got the ng on destroy triggered message. So guys, once again, simply this ng on destroy lifecycle hook will trigger before this component removed from the DOM. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so ng on destroy is your go-to hook for cleaning up when your component's lifecycle is coming to an end. It's a vital part of managing resources and ensuring your Angular app runs smoothly without hiccups. Always remember to use ng on destroy to tidy up any resources your component might have created. This will help you avoid issues like memory leaks, which can be hard to track down and fix later on. So keep this hook in mind as you build and manage your Angular components, and your app will stay clean and efficient. Alright, so I think that's it for this total lifecycle hook section. Some of you guys may get this, some of you guys may not, but don't worry guys, we will get used to these lifecycle hooks when we start to build our project. We will use some of these lifecycle hooks frequently. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next chapter. Hey guys, welcome to this new section where we are going to dive into really cool feature of Angular, which is Angular pipes. So guys, what exactly are pipes and why should we care about them? Well, that's what we are going to find out. Alright, so first thing first, what are Angular pipes? Simply, pipes are a way to transform data directly in your templates. Think of them as a little tools that take in some data, do some processing on it, and then return a nicely formatted output, right? Imagine you have a number but you want to display it as a currency. Or maybe you have a long string that you need to trim. Pipes allow you to do these kinds of transformation in a super simple and readable way, right inside your Angular templates or inside the component HTML file. We don't need to write codes and methods inside the component TS file. So you guys might be thinking, why not just handle data transformation in my components TypeScript code? Well, the beauty of pipes is that they keep your templates clean and concise. Instead of writing a bunch of logic in your component to handle data formatting, you can just use a pipe in your template, making your code easier to read and maintain. And also guys, Angular pipes help you to separate concerns. Your component's job is to manage data and logic, while pipes handle how that data is presented. These separations make your code more modular and easier to test. So what kinds of pipes are there? In Angular, we have two main types of pipes. So first we have the built-in pipes. So guys, Angular comes with several pipes right out of the box. These include pipes for formatting dates, numbers, string, and even handling asynchronous data. We'll dive into these built-in pipes shortly. So next we have the custom pipes. Sometimes the built-in pipes aren't enough and you need to create your own. Custom pipes let you define your own data transformations tailored to your specific needs. Don't worry, we'll cover how to create custom pipes later on. Alright, so now let's talk briefly about how pipes works in our Angular templates. When we apply a pipe to a piece of data, Angular passes that data through the pipe's transform method. The transform method is where all the magic happens. It processes the data and returns the transformed output. So here's a quick example to give you an idea. Let's say we have a number and we want to display it as a currency. In this example, the currency pipe takes this number and transforms it into a formatted currency string like this by adding the currency symbol, and it will separate the number by adding commas. So very simple, right? So with one simple line of code in our template, we got this whole formatted value. Awesome, right? So as you can see, pipes are incredibly powerful and make your templates much cleaner and easier to manage. So they are especially useful when you are dealing with the data that needs to be displayed in specific format, or when we want to perform a transformation that are purely presentational. So alright, now that you have a good understanding of what pipes are and why they are useful, next we are going to dive into the different types of pipes that Angular offers out of the box. We'll start with some of the most commonly used built-in pipes, and then we'll explore how to create our own custom pipes. So see you in the next lesson. Alright, so guys, in this lecture we are going to dive into some super handy Angular pipes that help you to manipulate and format strings right in your templates. So these are the uppercase, lowercase and title case pipes. So these pipes make it easy to transform your text data without writing any extra codes in your components. So guys, I have an h1 tag inside the component view with this text Angular app, and all letters are lowercase. In any case, if I want to make these all letters into uppercase letters, how do we do that? In traditional web application, for this we can use the JavaScript or we can use the CSS styles, right? Let's quickly look at how to do this using the traditional JavaScript and CSS approach, so you guys can easily understand the use case of Angular pipe. So first let's quickly look at the JavaScript way. For this we have to uppercase method in JavaScript, right? For this, guys, we'll create a variable title inside the app component is file. So set this type as string and set a default value as Angular at all lowercase letters. So inside the heading tags, replace this with the title variable. So how do we do that? Very simple. Inside this, add the string interpolation and add the title variable. So now let's create a button down here and let's name it something uppercase. So guys, now I want to transform this H1 text into uppercase when clicking this button. So for this, first bind a click event and from here call a method something uppercase. Next, inside the app component is file, create this method. So the method name is uppercase, after this parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, let's transform this title value to uppercase. So this dot title and again dot, as I said previously, for this we can use the JavaScript method to uppercase, right? So after this dot and the method name is to uppercase. At last, don't forget to add the parentheses. So next, simply update the title variable value with the new uppercase value. How do we do that? Very simple, just simply assign this to the title variable again. Perfect. Now guys, simply this will transform this title variable value to uppercase and reassign that modified value to the title variable again. So that's it. Save this and go to the browser. We can see the heading text all lowercase letters now. So click on this button. As you guys can see here, this changed the value to all uppercase letters. So guys, this is the traditional approach to do this uppercase transformation. So we have to go through several steps and codes to achieve this. For simple tasks like this, you don't feel that much stress about these steps, but in a real world application, you may have to do this several times inside of a single application. So in that case, trust me guys, this process is very painful. But as a solution for this, Angular has provided us this pipes approach. So using this, we can simply achieve the data format that we need in just adding a simple Angular pipe inside the HTML file. So in our case, in order to transform this text to uppercase, we can simply use the uppercase pipe instead of this long code. So let's see this in action. Alright, so guys, let's add the uppercase pipe to this. So for this, let's create another H1 tag after this button. Now inside this, add the string interpolation and inside this, add the title variable. Now I want to transform this text to uppercase, so we'll use the uppercase pipe for this. So guys, how do we add that? So first thing first, we have to add the pipe symbol, which is this vertical slash. You can find the key top of the right enter key on your keyboard. So after this pipe symbol, we have to pass the pipe that we want, which is uppercase, all simple letters. So carefully follow this naming convention. So guys, next, as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Can you guys tell me? Nothing much here guys. In order to fix this, we have to import this uppercase pipe to this component. So go to the app component ES file and add this. Inside the imports array, add the uppercase pipe and select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Guys, these all pipes are coming with Angular command module. Now inside the HTML file, we cannot see the previous error. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the second title is all in uppercase letters, which means the uppercase pipe is applied to this successfully. So if you look at the both JavaScript and Angular pipe approach, this Angular pipe approach is clean and less noisy compared to this JavaScript method, right? We can simply do this uppercase transformation inside the template file or the HTML file. We don't need to use the component file like the JavaScript way. So simply guys, this uppercase pipe converts all the characters in a string to uppercase. So sometimes this uppercase may be useful when we want to emphasize certain text or follow some specific design guidelines that require uppercase letters. That's it for this uppercase pipe. Now let's move on to the next string manipulation pipe, which is lowercase pipe. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned how to deal with uppercase pipe. Now in this lecture, let's see how to deal with the lowercase pipe. So guys, nothing much here. With this we can transform a set of letters into lowercase letters, the same opposite of uppercase pipe. So let's use the same title variable for this as well. So again, let's add another h1 tag, and inside that add the string interpolation and add the variable name title. Now we have a problem here. This title variable value is now all in lowercase. So let's make it uppercase, all letters. Then we can see how the lowercase pipes work. Now inside the app component.html file, let's add the lowercase pipe. So how do we do that? First add the pipe symbol, which is vertical slash. After this add the pipe, which is lowercase. And as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? So in order to use this lowercase pipe, we have to import it, right? So inside the component ts file, inside this imports array, add this lowercase pipe. Now select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this title value in all lowercase characters. So simply this lowercase pipe will convert all the characters into lowercase inside of a string value. Sometimes it's useful when we want to display a text all in lowercase characters. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, now let's quickly look at the title case pipe. So what is this title case pipe? So guys, this pipe is really cool because it transforms the first letter of each word in a string to uppercase, while converting the rest of the letters to lowercase. So it's perfect for formatting names, titles and other similar strings. So let's see this in action. Now for this also, let's use the same example. So down here again add another h1 tag and add the string interpolation. Inside this add the title variable. So now this all in uppercase characters. So now I want to transform this into title case. All the words first letter must be uppercase and all other letters must be in lowercase. So for this we can use the title case pipe. So let's do this. After this add the pipe symbol and add the pipe, which is title case, all lowercase letters. So in order to work with this, we have to import this pipe. So add the pipe inside the import array. The pipe name is title case. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, the text formatted as title case, which means the title case pipe is working as we expected. So alright guys, this is how we deal with uppercase, lowercase and title case pipes in Angular. Alright guys, that's it for the string manipulation pipes. So some of you might be wondering why not just handle these string manipulations in my components file. Well, these pipes allow you to keep your templates clean, right? So instead of writing lines of lines and methods of methods to do these formattings, simply we can handle it right in our template or the HTML file where the data is being displayed. So this makes our code more modular, easier to read and easier to maintain. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, that's it for this lesson. So in the next lesson, we'll explore the number pipes in Angular, so which help us to format numbers, percentages and currencies with simple steps. So let's move on to the next lesson. Alright guys, in this lesson we are going to talk about number pipes in Angular. So these pipes are super useful when you need to format numbers, percentages and currencies directly in your templates. They make it easy to display numeric data in a user-friendly way without writing extra logic in your components. So under these number pipes, we have few pipes. So let's start with the basic number pipe. So this pipe formats a number as text, allowing you to specify the number of decimal places as well as grouping separators like commas. So let's look at an example so you guys can understand this well. For this, let's add another h1 tag down here and add the string interpolation. Inside this, just add a dummy number value, something like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.89. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this number value. But guys, when we dealing with number values inside the browser view, most of the times as a good practice, we will separate the number decimal values using the commas. So it's more readable than this, right? So in traditional JavaScript, we can do this using a separate method like we did before to the uppercase using the toUpperCase method, right? So but in Angular, we can do this number formatting simply using the number pipe. So let's add this. As you guys know, in order to add the pipe, first thing first, we have to add the pipe symbol. So after that, we have to add the pipe. So which is the number pipe. Now as you guys can see here, we are getting this error. Why is that? Guys, same as previous, in order to use this, we have to import this pipe to this component. So let's do this. Inside the component.ts file, add this. So guys, in order to use the number pipe, we have to import the decimal pipe module, right? So add that here. The importing module name is decimal pipe. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. That's it. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now this number value formatted by adding this comma separation, and also we can read this number without any problem compared to the previous row number value, right? So this is the beauty of the number pipe. Hope you guys got the idea. So guys, in the previous lecture, I simply added the number value inside the string interpolation. I didn't use any variables, but for this, directly I used this string interpolation scope. So some of you guys may think that since if we are not using any variables, then why do we need this string interpolation scope? We can directly add this number inside this heading text, right? Yes, it's correct, but guys, in order to work this Angular pipe, we need this string interpolation scope. This is something like in traditional simple website. Sometimes if we want to write a single line of JavaScript or maybe a CSS style code, for this we will not create a separate JavaScript file or CSS file. We will write this code inline inside the same HTML file, right? But as you guys know, if you want to write a JavaScript inside of an HTML file, first thing first, we will create the JavaScript scope inside of this HTML file by using the script tags, something like this. So now between these script tags, we can write whatever the valid JavaScript code, right? So same can apply to these CSS styles as well. So in order to write a CSS styles code, we will use these style tags to mark this CSS scope inside this HTML file. The same thing happening with this string interpolation as well. Before that, let's remove the string interpolation scope and we'll see what we are getting inside the browser. Remove the string interpolation and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this number pipe also rendered inside the browser as a text. So what I'm trying to explain here is, if we add something text inside of an HTML scope directly, the browser will understand that as a simple text and render this inside the browser. So in order to work this pipe logic, we need a TypeScript scope, or maybe you guys think this as a dedicated space for do the Angular logics inside of this HTML file. So simply in order to work this Angular pipe inside of HTML template file, we need an Angular space which we create using this string interpolation. So this is why we need this string interpolation even there is no variable to display. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, in summary, in order to work with Angular pipes, we need to use string interpolation, otherwise this will not work. Perfect. Alright guys, next let's move on to the next pipe, which is coming under number pipes. Percentage pipe. So what is this percentage pipe? Well, the answer is lying on the pipe name. So this pipe is perfect for displaying percentages. So this will automatically converting a fraction into a percentage and adding the percent symbol. So simply guys, so this will multiply the given value by 100 and place the percentage symbol at the end. So let's quickly see an example for this. So again, inside the app component HTML file, create another h1 tag, and inside this add the string interpolation. Now inside this add the dummy value something 0.7. So after this add the percentage pipe. So how do we add that? First add the pipe symbol. After that add the pipe which is present. So in order to prevent this error, we have to add the import. So go to the app component HTML file and add the present pipe module inside the import array. So guys, don't forget to select this autocomplete. So as usual, this will add the import statement. Awesome. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, so we got the 70% as the present pipe value. So guys, once again, inside this we are passing 0.7 as the value. So this present pipe will simply multiply this in 100 and added the percentage symbol. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, this is it for the percentage pipe. Let's quickly move on to the next number pipe, which is currency pipe. So guys, simply this pipe will format the provided number value by separating decimals and commas, and also this will add the currency symbol before the provided number value. So let's see this in action. For this also, again, let's create another h1 tag. Inside this add the string interpolation, and inside the string interpolation just add a number value something 1000. So after this, let's add the currency pipe. First add the pipe symbol. After that add the pipe which is currency, all lowercase letters. Now we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Yes, of course, in order to work with this, we have to import this, right? So inside the app component is file, add this import. So the pipe module name is currency pipe. Now select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Perfect. So now save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this 1000 value changed as a currency value like $1000. So this currency pipe automatically formatted this as a currency value by adding this currency symbol and by adding these 2 digits of decimal values. In the template, we didn't add the decimal values. So this currency pipe automatically added these decimal numbers as well. Cool, right? So guys, this is the simple use case of currency pipe. So this is very useful when we developing a real world application. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned about currency pipes. So in here, once I add the currency pipe, this automatically added the US dollar symbol. Think if you want to add something different currency, something like pounds or euro, how do we do that? So guys, very simple. For this we can simply pass the currency value that we want to display as a parameter for this pipe. So let's see this in action. So guys, how do we pass a parameter for this pipe? It's very simple. So first add the colon symbol after this. Now after this colon symbol, inside quotes we have to pass the currency code. So now instead of US dollar, let's display the euro currency. So for this we have to pass the euro currency code. So the euro currency code is EUR, all uppercase. So pass this inside of quotes. That's it. So guys, simply this will replace the default US dollar currency to the euro currency symbol. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now the currency changed to euro. Now that think if in any case, if you want to change the currency to pounds, how do we do that? the same approach, we have to change the currency code EUR to GBP. So this is the pound code, right? So guys, don't think too much about these codes. You can simply Google it and get your required currency code, right? Alright, so save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this changed the currency symbol to the pounds symbol. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we customize this currency pipe by passing the parameter that we want. So we call this parameterized pipes. Hope you guys got the idea. Right, so guys, before we move on, let's look at another example. So as you guys can see here, now we are getting the currency symbol with the currency pipe. But think if we want to show the currency code instead of the currency symbol. So how do we do that? Sometimes in some application, you guys can see that the currency code is showing instead of the currency symbol, right? So how do we do that? Nothing much here. For this also we have another option. We can send that also to this currency pipe by passing as another parameter. So we can pass another parameter for this. So again, after this, add another colon symbol after this first parameter value. Now inside codes, pass this. Now we want to show the currency code. So pass the second parameter as code. So this will simply render the currency code. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the currency symbol changed as currency code. Cool, right? So guys, like this, we can customize the pipe default output according to our requirements. This is not only applicable for the currency pipe, this can be applicable to all other pipes as well. So guys, don't think about this parameter pipes working process. You guys will understand this clearly when we build a custom pipe. Alright, so guys, this is how we deal with parameterized pipes in Angular. So guys, that's it for number pipes. These pipes are incredibly powerful tools for formatting numeric data in your Angular applications, whether you are dealing with plain numbers, percentages, or currency. These pipes make it easy to present your data in a way that's both user-friendly and professional. So in the next lesson, we'll dive into the date and time pipes, which will help you to format dates and times in various ways. So let's meet you in the next lecture. Alright guys, in this lecture, let's quickly dive into the next pipe, which is date and time pipe in Angular. So guys, simply this date and time pipe will format the default date or the time format as we wanted to display inside the browser. So let's look at an example so you guys can understand this smoothly. So guys, think that we want to display the current date on the browser view. So how do we do that? For this, so first thing first, we have to capture the current date. So guys, for this we have to use the JavaScript date method, right? So go to the app component TS file and let's store the current date on a variable something today. So create this variable today and assign this to a new instance of the date function. So add the new keyword and the function name is date. So this D is uppercase. After this, add the parentheses. Perfect. So guys, this date function is coming with the JavaScript. This is not something Angular thing, right? And also guys, this date function will simply return the current date and the time. This will not provide only the date. This will return the combination of current date and the time. Hope you guys got the idea. So next, in order to render this inside the browser, we have to use the string interpolation, right? So inside the app component HTML file, add an h1 tag. Inside this, add the string interpolation. Now inside this, pass the date variable, which is today. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this, the date and the time with the GMT time standard. So guys, as a good practice, we will not load the date or the time to the end user something like this, right? So now I just want to load only the date inside the browser. So for this, we can simply use the date pipe. So guys, in traditional web sites, we can use the JavaScript method to do this format. But we are using Angular, so for this formatting, the date output, we will use the Angular date pipe. So let's see this in action. Alright guys, so how do we add that date pipe to here? Yes, of course, first we have to add the pipe symbol, which is the vertical line. After this, add the pipe, which is date, all lowercase letters. So before we move on guys, don't forget to import this date pipe inside the app component TS file. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now this is loaded only the date inside the browser. Perfect. So guys, simply this date pipe will format the date the way we want, right? So before we move on, in here the month is shown in letters. So in any case, if you want to show the month also in number format, how do we do that? Very simple guys. For this we can simply pass a parameter for this date pipe like the currency pipe. So guys, how do we pass a parameter for this? Yes, of course. So we have to first add a colon symbol, and after this we have to add the format. So guys, in Angular date pipe we have several predefined format types, something like short, medium, long and full. So now let's use the short format and see what we get with this. So pass this inside of quotes, all lowercase letters. Perfect. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time the month also in number format. And also here we got the current time also without the GMT value. Perfect, right? So guys, this short will make the long format of the date value to short like this. Awesome. Now let's quickly look at the other formats. So guys, for this let's duplicate this 3 times and change these format to medium, long and full. And also front of these add these text short, medium, long and full. So we can identify these inside the browser efficiently. Alright, so save this all and go to the browser. Now you guys can see all the format of date and time. So as you guys can see, the short format only giving us the date and time, all in number format. So the second medium format changed the month into shorter form of the text. And also we can see the time format like hour, minute and seconds. In the long format, we got the full month in text and also we got the GMT value. So in the full format, the current day and the month are in full text. So guys, this is the different formats that coming with the Angular date pipe. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, as you guys know, with the date pipe formats we are getting the date and the time. Think if we want to show only the date inside the view, how do we do that? Very simple. We can add a custom date format to this as the parameter. No need to use the default inbuilt formats like the previous. So let's see this in action. So down here, let's create another heading tags and add the today variable inside the string interpolation. Guys, I am doing all these hard codings again and again because if someone is purely new to Angular, so it can be easy to understand if I am repeating the concepts again. So any of you guys think this is not okay, please let me know. I will do my best. Perfect. Alright guys, so this today variable is returning the current date and the time. So in order to format this, we have to add the date pipe, right? So after this, add the pipe symbol and add the date pipe. Now we have to format this to show only the date. For this, we don't have any inbuilt formatting styles like the previous short, medium or long. So in order to get only the date, we have to pass how the date should format to this pipe as the parameter. So how do we pass a parameter? Very simple. So after this, add a colon. Now inside the quotes, the date format, something like this. First, I want to show the date So pass double D, after this slash, next the month. For this guys, and two uppercase M letters. I'll show you the reason for this in a minute. So next the year. For this, add 4 lowercase y letters. So guys, here the day letters must be lowercase and this month letters must be uppercase, and also the year letters also must be in lowercase. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got only the date displayed here according to the given format. So first we got the date, then month and year separated by slashes. If we want to display these separated by dashes, you can simply change this parameter format. This will display the data according to that. Perfect. So guys, if you remember, for this month format we pass the uppercase M. Why is that? Guys, if we pass lowercase double m for this will format the date including the minute value of the current time. Wait, I show you. Let's change this to lowercase double m. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got this something different value than the previous. Actually, this is the current minute of the time. So guys, in order to get the month, we have to pass this in uppercase letters, right? Alright, so next guys, some of you might think that in case if you want to change the order of the date, like month, date and the year, no worries, you guys can simply change the order. So Angular date pipe will simply format this according to the given parameters order. Alright, so next guys, think if you want to show a month value in short form of text, how do we do that? Very simple, just simply add another M for this. So guys, once again, this M must be in uppercase. You guys already know the reason. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the month in short form of the month. If you want to long form, you can simply add another M to this. So this will format the month in full form in text. Awesome, right? Alright guys, in the previous lecture we learned how to display the current date. Now let's see how to display only the current time. So guys, for this also we have to do the same thing like the previous. We have to pass the format of the time as the parameter for this pipe. So let's see this in action. For this also again, let's create another heading text. Inside this, as usual, add the today variable and the date pipe inside the string interpolation. So now what I want to do is I want to display only the time inside the browser view. So for this also we have to pass the format of the time as the parameter for this pipe. So after this, add the semicolon and add the format inside of quotes. So the format is something like this. First lowercase double h, after this colon, next the lowercase double m, and at last lowercase double s. So guys, like the date format, this time format also case sensitive. So we have to pass this exactly same as this. Otherwise this won't work as we expecting, right? So this H stands for hours and this M stands for minutes and this S stands for seconds, right? Alright, so that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the time. But guys, this is just showing only the time. But we cannot exactly see whether this is AM or PM. So how do we add that? Very simple. Just go to the component.html file and add this. After this time format, simply add a lowercase a. So this will add the AM or PM after the time value. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got the AM or PM value displayed in the browser according to our current time. So guys, this time is now formatted into 12-hour formats. In case of you guys need the 24-hour format, you can simply transform this to 24-hour format by simply changing this hover lowercase h to uppercase double H. That's it. So save this and go to the browser again. Now we got the value in 24-hour format. Awesome, right? So guys, before end of this lecture, let's quickly look at how to display the time zone. Nothing much here. Just simply add the lowercase z after this. So guys, simply this will display the time zone. Perfect. So guys, I think this is it for this date and time pipe. So this pipe very useful when we're dealing with the real world applications. We almost display the date and time in every real world applications, right? So again, practice this date and time format parameters so you guys can understand this exactly how this date and time pipe works. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next pipe in our list. Alright guys, let's quickly dive into the JSON pipe in this lecture. So guys, what exactly is this JSON pipe? So this pipe is really handy when we need to debug or display complex data structures like objects or arrays directly in our templates. The JSON pipe converts a JavaScript object into a JSON string, making it easier to visualize the data. So let's see this in action so you guys can understand this. So for this, first thing first, we need an object. So inside the component.ts file, create a new object, something user. Set this type as object and set a dummy object to this. So how do we do that? So guys, we define objects using the square brackets, right? So open and close object scope with curly braces. Inside this, add the object key value pairs. So the first key value pair is name and set the value something John Doe. Add this inside quotes. Next, set the age, and next set the email something john@doe.com. That's it. So guys, we have the object. Now how do we display this object inside the browser? So let's simply display this using the string interpolation and see what will we get inside the browser view. So inside the component.html file, let's add the heading tag, and inside this, let's display the user object. Add the string interpolation, and inside this, pass the object which is the user. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this value object printed here. Why is that? The answer is, guys, the browser cannot handle and render objects to the view. That's why we got this value object. So in order to prevent this, we have to somehow convert this object value into a JSON data type, cause the browser can read only JSON values. So guys, let's quickly look at how we can do this using the JavaScript way, and then we'll come back to the Angular JSON pipe. So for this conversion, let's use a button. So inside the component.html file, let's create a button. After this, add a button tags and set the button name as convert.json. Now next, from this button, let's call a method in the click event. So add the click event and call a method something convert.json. After this, don't forget to add the method parentheses. Now next, inside the component.ts file, create this method. So the method name is convert.json, and after this, add the parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, let's do the conversion. For this, we can use the JavaScript function called JSON stringify. So inside this, let's add this. So JSON all cap. After this, stringify. After this, add the parentheses. So guys, this required the object that we want to convert as the parameter. So pass that here. Our object variable is user. So this dot user. Now simply assign this converted JSON value to the same user variable. At the beginning, add this dot user and equal sign. So we are getting this compile error because after convert to the JSON, this will return a string value. So we cannot assign a string value to an object data type. So simply set this user data type to any, and that's it. Guys, this will simply convert the object value as the JSON value and assign this back again to the user variable. Alright, so that's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, still we got this object. Now click this button. As you guys can see here, now browser rendered the value of our user object. So guys, how this loaded here? As I said previously, browser cannot read objects, but it can read and display JSON values. So when we click this button, this JSON stringify method called and converted the user object as a JSON value. So this is how we got this value rendered inside the browser view. Alright, so guys, that's the JavaScript way. Now let's look at the JSON way. So guys, to convert the object as JSON, we have the JSON pipe, right? So let's add that here inside the string interpolation. After this, first add the pipe symbol, which is the vertical slash. After this, add the pipe JSON, all lowercase letters. So as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Because in order to work with this, we have to add the import of this JSON pipe. So go to the app component.ts file and add the import inside this import array. So the pipe name is JSON pipe. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Perfect. So now save this all and go to the browser. Now we can see the objects, our user objects values instead of the previous object. So how this loaded? Simply again this Angular JSON pipe will converted this object value as a JSON value. So guys, both JavaScript and this JSON pipe do the same thing in behind the scenes. Simply this JSON pipe also converts these objects into a JSON value using this same JSON stringify JavaScript function. But we don't need to write this from scratch. We just only have to use this pipe. So Angular will do the rest. So this pipe is really very useful when we develop real world application. So one more thing guys, in real world application we will not render or display objects inside of the browser view. Sometimes we need this to fix some bugs and to monitor how the data objects behave in the development stage. So in that case, this JSON pipe will save lots of time. Alright guys, that's it for this JSON pipe. So next in our list, we have the async pipe. I will not cover this async pipe in this section. This async pipe is coming with the Angular reactive programming or the RxJS. So we have a separate dedicated section for this. In that section, we'll dive into the async pipe. So that's it for this lecture. Let's quickly move on to the next pipe. Finally, we have the slice pipe. This one is really useful when you need to extract a portion of a string. It works similarly to the slice method in JavaScript, allowing you to specify a start and an optional end index. So let's quickly look at an example so we can understand this efficiently. So let's simply create an h1 tag inside the app component HTML file. Inside this heading tags, add a string interpolation scope. Now inside this, let's add a dummy value something hello Angular. Alright, so now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we have this heading text rendered inside the browser. Now what I want to do is, I want to show only this Angular by dropping this front hello word. So how do we do that? For this, simply we can use this Angular slice pipe, right? So let's see this in action. Inside the app component HTML file, add this. First add the pipe symbol. After this, pipe, which is slice, all lowercase letters. So now we are getting this compile error. Why is that? Yes, of course, we have to import this to prevent this error. So go to the app component TS file and add the import. So the pipe name is slice and select this autocomplete. That's it. So guys, next inside the HTML file, still we are getting this error. Now again, what's going on here? Guys, this slice pipe is a bit different than the previous other pipes. The slice pipe requires the slicing start index as the pipe parameter. So in the previous pipes, the parameters are optional, but for this slice pipe, the starting index parameter is required. So in order to prevent this error, we have to pass the starting slice index to this pipe. So I want to extract only the Angular from this hello Angular. So the starting index is starting from H. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this space also count as a character. So guys, the starting index of this slice is 6. So pass this as a parameter for this slice pipe. So how do we do that? Yes, of course, we'll do that using the colon symbol, right? So after this, pass the starting index. So add the colon symbol. After this, pass the starting index 6. That's it. So guys, this simply extract the remaining character inside of this string value with slice index 6. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got only the Angular word displayed inside the browser. So which means the slicing is working as we expected. So guys, next think that if I want to extract a value between two values, how do I do that? Wait, think that now this value is something like this hello Angular world. So save this and go to the browser. Now as you guys can see here, now we got this Angular world printed here from this hello Angular world full sentence. So with this previous slice, we are extracting the value after this index. So this will extract all the values after this character index. Now think that I want to display only this Angular, not the Angular world. So how do I do that? Can you guys guess? So guys, nothing much here. In order to extract something between two words, we have to simply use the starting index and the end index. Then this slice pipe will extract exactly what we need between those index. So let's see this in action. So we already added the starting index. Now let's add the end index. As the second parameter, so we separate parameters in pipes using the colon symbol, right? So after this, add another colon and let's add the ending index. So let's count. I want to extract only the word Angular. So the ending index is this last letter of Angular, which is R. So up to here, the index is 6. So after this, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So the end index is 13. So pass that here. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see, this time we got only this Angular word displayed inside the browser. So which means the extracting is working as we expected. So guys, this ending index is optional. We will use this ending index to extract something located between two characters or two words. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, I think that's the end of all the pipes on our list. So hope you guys learned it well. So keep practice this. You guys will get used to this. So next, let's move on to the custom pipes. So you guys can understand deep how these pipes works behind the scenes. Perfect. Alright guys, before we move on to the custom pipes, let's quickly talk about something really powerful that Angular allows you to do with pipes. Chaining pipes. So this feature lets you apply multiple pipes to a single value right inside your template. Wait, first off, what exactly is pipe chaining? Simply put, pipe chaining is when you apply more than one pipe to a piece of data in your templates. In other words, we can apply multiple pipes to a single value. Think that let's take the previous slice example. So here we are extracting the word Angular from this, and this Angular word is in lowercase. So if I want to make it uppercase, how do I do that? Very simple. We can simply add the uppercase pipe to this same value, right? So let's see this in action. So let's add the second pipe to this. So after the slice pipe, simply again add another pipe symbol and add the uppercase pipe. That's it. So guys, this will simply turn this extracted value into uppercase. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we got this heading text all in uppercase. So guys, how this works when we combine two pipes. So simply Angular process the data by passing it through each pipe in the order we have passed here. The output of the one pipe becomes the input for the next pipe. So this will allowing us to perform a series of transformations in a single expression. So guys, simply first this will slice and extract the word using the start and end indexes. After that, this extracted value will pass to the second pipe. In our case, our second pipe is uppercase pipe. So this will simply transform this sliced value characters into uppercase and rendered inside the browser. Right? So guys, one more thing, we can combine as many as pipes for a single value. So we can again add another pipe to this after this, like lowercase pipe. So after this again add the pipe symbol and add the third pipe lowercase. So that's it. Save this and go to the browser. Now as you guys can see here, this time we got all letters in lowercase. So guys, this is what we call chaining pipes in Angular. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so before end of this lecture, remember these two key points when you're working with multiple Angular pipes. So the first one is the order in which you chain your pipes is crucial. Angular process them from left to right. So the output of one pipe is the input for the next pipe. So always double check that your pipes are ordered correctly to achieve the desired result. So next, chaining too many pipes in a single expression could impact performance, especially if you are working with large datasets or complex transformation. So use chaining pipes thoughtfully. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. Let's quickly move on to the next lecture. Hey guys, welcome to a new section of our Angular journey. Today we are diving into one of the most important concepts in Angular development, which is Angular services. Understanding Angular services is key to building a scalable, maintainable and efficient Angular application. Alright, so first thing first, what exactly are Angular services? Simply put, a service in Angular is a class that provides specific functionality across multiple components in your application. Services are designed to handle tasks like data fetching, business logics, logging, or any operation that should be shared across components. Think of a service as the behind-the-scenes workers of your application. While components handle the user interface and interaction, services do the heavy lifting by managing data and logic that doesn't belong directly in the components. In our previous lesson, we learned about sharing data between components when there is a parent-child relationship. But what if you have two components that aren't directly related and you still need to share data between them? Imagine a scenario where you have a list of posts in a component and you want to share this data with another component that's not a child or parent of the first. In this situation, using the traditional input-output decorators won't work because there is no direct relationship between the components, right? So here is where Angular services comes to the rescue. With services, you can share data and methods across all components regardless of their relationship. This means you can use Angular services to share data and common methods among unrelated components easily. So let's break it down with a practical example. Imagine you have an array of posts stored in a component and you want to render this post data in another component that's unrelated to the first component. You can't use input-output decorators here because the components don't have a direct relationship. So how do we solve this? So for this we can create an Angular service and we will declare this post array inside the Angular service and then import the service into both components. By doing this, both components can access and manipulate the array even though they aren't related in the components hierarchy. But it's not just about sharing data. Let's say you have two buttons in these two unrelated components and both buttons need to perform the same logic when clicked. Instead of duplicating the same method in both components, you can create the onClick method in the Angular service. Then both components can access and execute this method through the service, right? So this approach not only reduces code duplication but also saves a lot of time and effort, making your application more efficient and easier to maintain. Alright, so some of you guys might be wondering why should we use services when we can just put all our logics in the components. So great question, but guys, using Angular service give you some advantages like, so when we using Angular services, we write all the logical stuff inside the service file, right? So by moving logic out of your components and into the service, you keep your components focused on what they do the best, such as handling the user interface. So this separation make your code easier to read, maintain and test. So next, a single service can be injected into multiple components, meaning you write your logic once and reuse it whenever you need it. This reduces multiple duplications codes and makes your app more efficient. So with logic centralized in services, updates or changes are easier to manage. Think that if in any case our data fetching logic codes changes, we only need to update the relevant service file and all the components using that service automatically get the updated behavior. So like this we can list down so many advantages using a separate service file. Alright, so guys, that's the quick introduction to Angular services. They are the backbone of our Angular application. So hope you guys all got the idea of what is an Angular service. So in the next lecture, we'll get our hands dirty by creating and using Angular services in our Angular application. So we will go step by step, setting up a new service, injecting it into a component and seeing how it all comes together. So let's see you in the next lesson. Alright guys, so now let's see the Angular services in action. So guys, in order to create these services, we have two approaches. We can generate this using the Angular CLI and also we can generate this manually from scratch. So guys, in this lecture, let's create this service manually from scratch so you guys can understand this Angular services, how this works, right? So alright, so guys, nothing fancy here. Just simply create a file inside the app folder. So as you guys know, we will store all of our Angular projects files inside the app folder. So inside this, simply create the file. Wait guys, before that, let's store this inside of a separate folder so we can organize this in a better way. Alright, so right click on this app folder and select new folder and name this folder as services. Now let's inside of this folder, we will create our new Angular service file. So again, right click on this folder and select this new file option. Now let's name this. So as usual, first we have to give a name for this. So guys, I am going to use this to handle the user's data. So let's name this user. So after this we have to pass service extension. So after this dot service, and at last add the file extension, which is .ts. So guys, we learned about this naming convention when we learning Angular components, right? So when we create a new file inside of an Angular project, we will first give it a name, then we will mention that what type of file is that. If this is a component, we pass component. If this is a service, we add service. So if this is a pipe, we will add pipe. So at last, we must add the file extension, which is ts. So which stands for TypeScript, right? Alright, so hope you guys got the idea. Alright, now we have the service file. So let's work with the service file. So guys, Angular service is just simply a TypeScript class. No need to worry about many things like Angular components, right? So just simply create a TypeScript class. Let's do this. Inside the user service ts file, first add the class keyword. After this, give this class a name, something, user service. For this, use the title case naming convention. Each word's first word capital letters. So this U and S capital letters. After this, add the class scope. Alright guys, that's it. We successfully created the Angular service manually. Alright guys, now let's see a use case of this Angular service. So first thing first, guys, think that we have a set of user objects stored inside of our app component. So I already created this object. So nothing much here, simply array of users object. And also guys, we have two components. One is the post list component and the user component. We already created this. So in any case, any of you guys don't have these components, simply generate this component using the Angular CLI. Simply you can run this command ng-gc and the component name. So guys, we already learned about this, right? So next, now what I want to do is I want to show the username inside the post list component and inside of this user component as well. So how do we do that? We can use the parent to child data flow approach using the input method. So let me quickly do this. Guys, I will do this process a bit faster. So we already learned about this parent to child data flow, right? So let's first send the user array to the post list component. So we send that via binding to this component selector. So inside square brackets, add the child component capturing variable child user and assign this to our user array. Next, we have to capture this inside the post list component. So inside the post list component ts file, we will capture this using the input decorator, something like this. Now we have the user data. So we can render this using the string interpolation. So guys, we cannot directly render an object inside the view. We have to convert that to a JSON value. So for this, we can use the JSON pipe, right? So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the user object rendered inside the browser. So for the user component also, we can use the same approach. But guys, I want to render this user component inside the post list component, not inside the app component. Wait, I show you guys. Let's add the user component selector inside the post list component and remove it from the app component. So in this case, there is no connection between this user component and with the app component, but user component's view is rendered inside the browser. Now this user component is rendered through the post list component. So now this user's component's parent component is this post list component. So now in order to get the user data from the app component ts file, we cannot directly pass that value to this user component from the app component because now there is no connection between these two components, right? So guys, now how do we do this? For this, we can again send this input value to the user component from the post list component. So we got this from the app component, right? So again, in here, we have to use the parent-child data flow approach. But guys, think again I want to load the user details inside of a card component which is added inside the user component. So again we have to pass the receiving input data to the card component. So it's not easy and we are repeating the same thing again and again. If we continue using the parent to child data flow approach, we'll end up repeating the same process over and over, passing data down multiple levels of components. This code can become noisy and difficult to manage, especially as your application grows and the components hierarchies gets more complex. As a solution for this, we can take the advantage of the Angular service. So simply with a service, we can store our user data in a centralized location and share it across multiple components without worrying about the parent-child relationship. So guys, now as we discussed, let's add the user data inside the user service which we created before. So copy this user array from the app component is file and place it inside the user service class. This will allow us to centralize our data management and make it accessible to any component that needs it. So now in order to access this, we have to call this service class from the relevant component. So first let's call this service class from the app component. So guys, how do we do that? Unlike methods, in order to call a class, we have to create a new instance of this class, right? So guys, how do we create this new instance? Very simple. So first thing first, in order to access this service class outside of this, we have to export it, right? So now inside the component constructor, we'll create a new instance of this service class. So inside this, new keyword, and after this add the user service class name and select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. At last, don't forget to add the parentheses. So guys, this is how we create the new instance of a class. This is not an Angular thing, this is purely JavaScript, right? Alright, so let's assign this new instance to a variable something user service. This name is not like this. First letter U is lowercase and the second letter S is uppercase, right? So now set this data type to any. Next, assign this new instance to this variable inside the constructor. Now after this, simply log this variable so we can see what we are getting with this. Console.log, inside the parentheses, pass the variable which is this user service. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, we can see this user service object. Inside that, we can see the user array. So now we can simply render this inside the app component. So guys, this new instance will simply create an exact copy of the user service class inside the app component, including all the variables and methods. So then we can simply access those variables and methods from this app component without any issues. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so now simply let's load this user data inside the browser view. So inside the component HTML file, create an h1 tag, and inside this add the string interpolation, and inside that pass the user service variable, and inside that simply access the user array. How do we access that? Very simple. After this add dot and the user array variable name. So in order to display this array object value inside the browser, we have to use the JSON pipe, right? So add the JSON pipe here. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this user array which is loaded using the user service. Perfect. Alright, so guys, we successfully pulled the data from our centralized service. Now let's try to load the same service user value inside the post list component. So how do we do that? For this also guys, we have to create this user service new instance inside the post list component. So let's do this. Same as previous, inside the post list component is file, create the constructor method. inside this, let's create the new instance of the user service. So how do we create that? For this, we use the new keyword, right? So inside this constructor method, add this new keyword. After this, service class name, which is this user service. This U and S are uppercase. So next, select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Now guys, at the end, don't forget to add the parentheses as well. Perfect. So now in order to access this service class, we have to assign this to a variable. So inside the PostList component class scope, create a global variable something user service and set this type as any. Now inside the constructor, assign this to the user service new class instance. Now guys, inside the PostList component HTML file, we'll render this using the string interpolation. So add an h1 tag and add the string interpolation. Inside that, add the user service, which is the user service new class instance. So after this dot, and the user array variable is user. So in order to display this, we have to use the JSON pipe, right? So add that here. So that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the user array values rendered inside the PostList component. So now our user array is inside of a single service file and we are accessing this in these components at the same time. So this is the beauty of Angular services. Now we want to access the same user data inside the users component. So again, how do we do that? So guys, again, we have to do the same process. So we'll create a new instance of the user service and we can get the user array like this. So using this centralized service, we can share data between components without any relationships. But guys, with this approach, we have an issue. So to find out this issue, we have to dive into some technical behind the scene process of these services. So let's see this in the next lecture. Alright, so guys, as I mentioned before, this Angular service is also a simple TypeScript class. So in order to access or trigger a class, we have to create a new instance of that class. So actually, what is this new instance? So guys, simply in order to work with a class, we have to duplicate that class within the current class. So for example, in order to access the user service class inside of the app component class, we have to bring that exact version of the user service class into this app component class. So this is what we are doing in this new instance. So if we dive more technically, when we create this class instance, it allocates a new unique memory block for this instance. This memory block holds all the properties and methods defined in the class, allowing us to interact with them independently of other instances. For example, when we create an instance of the user service class inside the app component, a separate memory block is allocated for this user service instance. This instance now contains all the data and methods defined in user service, and we can call these methods or access this data directly within the app component. But guys, there is a problem. When we create a new instance of the user service inside the PostList component, it allocates another separate memory block for this same user service class. This means that the PostList component gets its own copy of the user service with its own separate memory space. And again, if we want to access the user data inside the user component, we have to create again another new instance of this user service. This would allocate yet another memory block, resulting in multiple instances of the same user service, each occupying its own space in the memory. So guys, like this, every time we create a new instance of the user service, we are not only duplicating the class but also duplicating the memory used, which can lead to inefficiency. We end up with multiple instances of the same service, each with its own separate data and state. This can cause inconsistencies in the data being shared across components and also waste valuable resources. So in order to solve this problem, Angular provides us a powerful feature called dependency injection. So instead of manually creating a new instance of the user service each time, we can simply use this dependency injection approach. So guys, this Angular dependency injection system can create a single instance of the user service and share the same instance across all components that need it. So we call this as the singleton approach, right? So guys, let's see this dependency injection in action. Alright, so guys, nothing much here. All we have to do is inside the constructor parentheses, we have to inject the user service. So guys, before this, let's add a constructor method inside the user service. So we can capture exactly when this new user service class instance was created. So inside the user service file, add the constructor method. Inside this constructor method, add the console log with the message something user service new instance created. So guys, hope you guys will remember what is this constructor method. So we learn about this in detail in the components lifecycle section, right? So simply this constructor method will trigger once a new class instance of this service class created. So hope you guys remember this. So save this and go to the browser. Inside the browser console, we can see that this constructor method triggered 3 times, which means at this moment we have created 3 new instances of the same user service inside the memory. So now let's dive into the dependency injection part. Alright guys, now let's do this dependency injection. It's very easy. So guys, we have to inject the dependency injection to the constructor. So inside this subcomponent constructor parentheses, so pass the user service class name. So in order to use this dependency injection inside this component, we have to assign this to a variable. So private keyword and the variable something user service di. So this di stands for dependency injection. So after this, add the colon, and that's it. So we successfully injected the user service to this component constructor. Awesome, right? So guys, this is not done yet. In order to work this dependency injection, we have to make this user service injectable. So still this user service is just a simple TypeScript class. If you guys can remember, when we creating component, that I said in order to transfer a TypeScript class as a component, we have to add the component decorator. So then only Angular will recognize that TypeScript class as an Angular component. So the same thing can apply to this as well. In order to make this user service injectable, we have to add the injectable decorator. So inside the user service file, let's add this injectable decorator. So we have to add this outside of the class scope. So top here, add the @ symbol. After this, decorator name is injectable with uppercase I. Next, select this to complete. This will add the import statement. Now guys, after this, add the parentheses. Next, this injectable method required the provided parameter. So inside this, add the object scope, and inside this, add the key provided in. Follow this naming convention. After this, set this value to root. So pass this inside quotes. So guys, with this, we are making this service class as an injectable class. With this provided in, we are telling Angular that inject this user service in the root level of our Angular application. So we can use this user service single instance all over our application inside of multiple components. So we call this singleton injection, right? So that's it for this injection. Before we move on, let's comment all other new instances of this user service. So guys, in order to work with this dependency injection like previous, we have to assign this to a variable. So for this also, we'll use the same variable, this user service, for this as well. So simply assign this dependency injection to this global variable user service. That's it. Now we don't need to change anything inside the HTML file because we are using the same user service variable, right? That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, still we got this user data, and also inside the browser console we got this service constructor message triggered. So which means this dependency injection successfully created this service class new instance. So that's why this constructor method triggered. Perfect. Alright guys, so this is how we use the dependency injection, right? Alright, so guys, using this dependency injection, we can access this service from the other components as well. So let's do this. So go to the process component TS file and let's again inject the user service inside this constructor. So inside the component constructor parentheses, add the injection. So again, add the private keyword, and after this give it a name, user service di, after this colon, and add the user service. Alright, so next let's inject this in the user profile as well. So follow the same process. Inside the user profile constructor method, add this injection. First we have to add the variable user service di, after this the service file name user service, select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. So now let's load this user data array inside this user profile component as well. So go to the user profile component HTML file. Inside this again create a h1 tag. Inside this add a string interpolation. Inside that pass this injected user service. After this dot and our service user array name, which is this users. So after this, in order to show this inside the browser, we have to add the JSON pipe. So in here we are getting this compile error. Why is that? So guys, in order to use this, we have to add the import statement of this JSON pipe. So quickly add that as well. Alright, so that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we are getting the user data inside the all three component. If you look at the browser console, now we got only one, the user service constructor log message triggered. If you can remember, when we creating the new instances using the traditional way, this created three separate new instances of the user service. But with this dependency injection, this created only single instance and shared that single instance across multiple components. So this is the beauty of dependency injection. So using this method, we can use this user service instance in as many as components that we needed. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so before end of this lecture, we'll dive into some technical parts. Let's talk about how dependency injection works in Angular. So when we inject the user service into a component, Angular handles a lot of things behind the scenes to make sure everything works smoothly. First, when Angular starts your app, it checks all the services that are registered. Since we use provided in root in our user service, Angular registers it at the root level, meaning it creates just one instance of the user service that can be shared across the whole app. So now when we inject user service into the app component for the first time, Angular creates a new instance of that service because it hasn't been used before. So this instance is then stored in something called the injector. The injector is like a storage area where Angular keeps all the service instances it creates, right? So after that, when another component like post list component or user components also ask for access of the user service, Angular doesn't create a new instance. So instead of this, it reuses the one it already created before. So this is why when we check the browser console, we saw the user service constructor log message only once, even though we used this service in multiple components. So the best part of this dependency injection is that it makes everything more efficient. We don't have to manually create new instances or worry about passing services around between components. Angular does all of this for us, making sure that we are always working with a single shared instance of the service. So this keeps our app fast and memory efficient. So in short, dependency injection ensures that we can easily share a single service instance across multiple components without duplicating effort or memory usage. It's one of the things that makes Angular so powerful and easy to work with. So hopes that clears things up. Alright guys, hope you guys all have now clear picture about what is Angular service. So in the previous lecture we created this user service manually. So now in this lecture let's see how we can generate this using the Angular CLI. So let's dive in. So nothing much here guys, same like components, we have an Angular CLI command to generate this service file. So inside the VS Code integrated terminal, run this command ng generate service. So this time we are going to generate a service, so we have to pass that after this generate command, right? So now after this just pass the name of the service file. So we'll make it post service. So guys, remember in here you do not need to pass dot service naming extension. So Angular CLI will do this for us. So next guys, as I said before, so as a good practice, we put all the service files inside of another separate folder, which is this services folder. So in order to generate this inside of that folder, we have to pass the folder name before this service name. So before the service name, post add this services, and after this add the slash. That's it. So now this will generate this post service file inside this services folder. Alright, so that's it for this command. In order to execute this, hit enter. Now as you guys can see here, this generated the post service file inside the services folder. So inside that we can see another file, the service.spec.file. For now just ignore it. This file is related to the Angular testing. So in the Angular testing section we will learn about this in detail. So now open this post service file. Inside this guys, we can see the default code setup of an Angular service, and also it already comes with the injectable decorators. So we do not need to worry about anything. We can just simply start working with this service file. So this is the beauty of this Angular service. So in order to work with this service, we can simply inject this to the relevant component and the same process like previous. And also guys, a single component can access multiple services at once, and also a single service can be used within the multiple components. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so let's quickly look for a use case of this Angular service. So for this we will use the post service. So first thing first, let's define a list of post objects arrays inside the post list service file. So first declare a variable post, and inside that the variable type is an array, and next simply I declared few post objects with post ID, title and post. Now I want to load this post list inside the post list component. So let's do this. So guys, how do we do that? Very simple. First we have to inject this post service to the post list component. So how do we do that? Very simple. Inside the constructor parentheses, add the injection. First add the private keyword. After this keyword, add the variable name something post service with uppercase S. So this is just a variable name. As a good practice, most of the time we define this variable name as the service name, but the first letter is lowercase and the other each word first letter must be uppercase letters. Alright, so next after this add the service name followed by colon, So our service name is post service with the capitalized first letter. Select this autocomplete. This will add the import statement. Perfect. So successfully we injected the post service to this post list component. Now guys, using this we can access the post array, right? So let's do this. So inside the same constructor we can access and get the post array items, right? So inside this the injected service name is post service with lowercase p, after this dot. Now in this drop down we can see that we can access the post array. So select this. Now in order to use this inside the template we have to assign this to a global variable. So let's create a variable for this post. Set this type to array and set array type as any. So guys, don't worry about this any data type. We'll come back to this in the next lecture. So now inside this constructor, assign this post service array to this variable post. That's it. So guys, now next inside the post component is file. Let's show this variable inside the browser view. So same like the previous, we'll add this inside of the unordered list tags. So inside this li tags, add the string interpolation, and inside this the variable name is post. So guys, this is an array of objects. So in order to load an object inside the browser view, we have to use the JSON pipe. So simply add that here. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this post array objects. But guys, so guys, when we learning this JSON pipe, I said that we use this JSON pipe only in the development stage. So we cannot show this post data to the end user something like this in JSON format. It's not a good user experience, right? So if it is not a good practice, then how we load this array data inside the browser view? So guys, if you can remember, we can use for loop to render these array values, right? So for this we have the old ng4 method and the latest syntax approach. So we learned about this in detail. So throughout this course, I will only use the latest syntax approach for this, right? Alright, so let's do this inside the post component HTML file. First thing first, let's create the for loop syntax. So how do we do that? First add the @ symbol, after this directive name for. Next add the parentheses and the loop scope. Now inside this pass the loop condition. Let post of posts. This is a new variable and this is our post variable. Now next, at last don't forget to add the track property for this for loop, otherwise this will not work. So we learned about in detail in the Angular directive section. Alright, so guys, this is the variable that we created inside the post list component ts file, right? So now this will loop through each and every array items and assign that items to this new post variable. So by accessing this variable, we can render the post details inside the view. So inside the scope, let's add the li tag, and inside this add the string interpolation. Now let's render only the post title. So this post variable, after this dot title. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this now in a more user-friendly way. Cool, right? So guys, in a real world application, we will not directly access any variables inside of a service file. We will access the values via calling to a method. So let's see this in action. Inside the post service file, create a method something get post. After this method, parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, simply return this post array variable. First add the return keyword. After this, add the post array variable name. That's it. So guys, simply this method will return this post array value when we call this method from the post list component. Now guys, inside the post list component, simply change this, remove this variable after this, and simply call the get post method. That's it. So once again guys, this will return this post array when we call this getData method. And we are storing that returning post array values inside this another variable. So inside the view, we are rendering the post arrays values using this for loop syntax. Perfect. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the post titles, which means this is working as before. Perfect. Alright guys, next what I want to do is I want to add a new value to this post array. So how do we do that? Very simple. We can do this using the array push method in JavaScript. So let's do this. For this, first we need a button. So inside the post list component HTML file, let's create a button. Set the button name as add post. So after this, add the click event, and from here call a method something add post. So now inside the post list component, create this method. So down here the method name is add post. So after this, the parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, let's define a dummy post object to push into this post array. So create a variable something post data with let keyword. So after this, assign this to a dummy post array with these key value pairs id, title and the post details. Next, now we have to push this newly created post object to the post array, which is stored inside the post service file. So how do we do that? Nothing much here, very simple. All we have to do here is we have to send this new post object to the service file. So for this, we'll create another method inside the post service file and we'll receive the new post object as a parameter for that method. So let's do this. Inside the post service down here, after this, let's create a method something called add post service. So after this, as usual, add the parentheses and the method scope. So now before writing the push logic, we'll send the data from the post list component. So inside the add post method, let's call the add post service method. So after this dot post service, which is the injected post service. After this dot, from this drop down, select this add post service method and add the parentheses. Now send this post array value to this method as a parameter. That's it. Alright, so now guys, as you guys can see here, we are getting a compile error. Why is that? Because we are sending this parameter from here to this service method. But from the service, we are not capturing it. So in order to capture this, simply add a parameter variable inside this. Add post service parentheses something new post and set the type as any. Now inside this, let's log this parameter variable so we can check whether this is working or not. So console.log and inside this log pass the parameter variable new post. So now save this all and go to the browser. Click on this add post button. As you guys can see here inside the browser console, we got this new post object, which means everything working as we expected. Alright guys, now we have the data inside the post service. Now let's push this value to the post array. So inside this add post service method, add this. So this dot the post array variable name post. After this again dot and add the push method. At last, don't forget to add the parentheses. So now to this method, pass the new post object as a parameter. So this will push this value to the post array. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Now again click on this button. As you guys can see here, the new post title is loaded here. If I click again, we got another new post value rendered inside this unordered list. So guys, every time I click this button, a new post object will push into our post array object. So which is declared inside the post service file. Cool, right? Alright guys, so this is another use case of an Angular service. We always aim to keep our template code clean and focus more on the presentation logic. So by using services, we offload the heavy lifting like managing data or performing operations from the component file to the service file. So this keeps our components lightweight and easy to maintain. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so we have just finished pushing new post to our list whenever we click the button. But let's talk about something important. Think that if we make something mistake when we're dealing with this new post object, mistakes can happen, right? So for example, imagine you accidentally make a typo in your code, something like this. Instead of title key, by mistake, if you type double E end of this, what will happen? So let's see. Save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, when I click this, I get this empty post title value. Why is that? Guys, as we know, we made a spelling mistake intentionally on this title key. And because of that, we are pushing invalid data into our post list, because we are pulling the title value from the post object array. So when we add this invalid post title, this loop cannot get the title value, because this time the title key is misspelled. So that's why this loaded an empty post value. Wait, I show you this. Inside the post service, let's add a console log inside this add post method and log this post array. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, when I click this button, we got this log inside the browser console. If I expand this, look at this last post title key. It's misspelled. So this is the problem here. So guys, when we render the post using Angular's for loop directive and string interpolation, we are expecting the title key to display the post title. But since there is no title key due to the mistake we made, the result is an empty entry. So that's how we got this empty value. Guys, these kinds of human errors can be most often, right? Because we are humans, mistakes can happen, right? So but in this simple example, we can easily spot the error. But in real world application, especially when dealing with data from a database, so spotting such errors might not be easy and time consuming. To avoid these kinds of mistakes, we can simply use a TypeScript interface. So guys, what is this interface? Can any of you guys tell me? Alright, so let me explain. A TypeScript interface is like a blueprint or a contract for our data object. It defines the structure of an object, specifying what keys it should have and what types of value those keys should hold. For example, we can simply define our post object shape using an interface by adding the key names and the values data types of that keys can hold. By using an interface, we are telling TypeScript, hey, this object must have these specific keys and those keys must have values of these specific types, right? So if we try to create an object that doesn't match the blueprint, TypeScript will throw an error, helping us catch mistakes before they become a problem. Alright, so let's see this in action. So guys, let's define the interface inside the service file. So top here before this injection. So guys, to define an interface, we have to use the interface keyword. So interface with lowercase I. After this, define an interface name, something post. Define this with uppercase P. Same like defining a TypeScript class, right? Now next, add the interface scope by adding curly brackets. Now inside this, we can create the blueprint of our post object. So first we need ID. So the key is ID and set this type as number. Next, the post title. So the key must be the title and the data type is a string. So next key is post and this type also a string value. That's it. So guys, with this we are defining the shape of the post object. So now using this, we can implement this structure whenever we create or manipulate a post object in our application. So this means that any post object we create must have an ID of type number, a title of type string, and a post content of type string. Alright, so now we have the interface. Let's see how we can use this. If you guys can remember, when we defined this post array, we added this data type as any. So using this any data type is not a good practice in Angular. So now we can define this array object using our interface. So let's do this. Inside this, remove this any data type and add the data type of this array to our interface. Just pass this inside of lower than and greater than symbol. The interface name is post. So now guys, this will ensure that every object in the post array follows the structure defined by our post interface. So this means each post must have an ID of type number, a title of type string, and a post content of type string. So now guys, if I change the first value ID key as IDD, as you guys can see here, we are getting this error unknown key. So this is the beauty of an Angular interface. So this interface structure will help us to avoid mistakes and ensure that our data is consistent. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, now using this interface we can validate our new post and then we can minimize these kinds of typos. So let's see how to do this. It's very simple. Just set this addPost method parameter variables type to post interface. That's it. So save this and look inside the post list component, add post method. We are getting this error in this service method code. So this is showing that we cannot assign this parameter value to type post interface data type. So guys, this is another beauty of this interface. So we know that we made this typing error in this new post object title key. So in previous, this pushed this data without catching the error. But with the interface, we are getting this before we run this code. Cool, right? Alright, so guys, in order to prevent this error, we have to change this title key same as the interface title key. So remove this extra E here and now there is no errors. So guys, here in the post interface, I defined this ID data type as a number. But think by mistake if I pass a string to this ID field, as you guys can see here, again we got this error. So when we use an Angular interface, we have to pass the exact data types specified in that interface. If the interface says ID should be a number, then only a number is allowed. If you are trying to pass anything else like string, TypeScript will catch that mistake right away and throw an error. This helps us to avoid issues that could cause bugs in our application and ensures that our data is always correctly typed and reliable. So guys, now we can take this type of checking another level up by adding another layer of checking inside this post list component. So for this we need the post interface inside this post list component as well. So as you guys know, we define this post interface inside the post service. So it's a different file and we cannot directly access that from this post list component. So how do we access this? For this guys, we have three approaches. So the first one is we can simply define again another post interface inside this component file and we can use that here. But it's not a good practice, repeating the same interface again and again. For our example like this, for one component we can do that. But think if we have more than hundreds of components and at least 10 of them using the same interface. So this approach is not practical, right? So the second approach is we can simply access this interface which declared inside the user service file. For this all we have to do is just simply export this from here. So we can access this interface from anywhere within our Angular application. So let's see this in action. In order to access this interface outside of this service file, we have to export this, right? So add before this export keyword. Next, inside this PostGIS component, first we have to import that interface to use within this component. So how do we do that? Very simple, just add the import statement of the interface here. So top here, guys, this interface also inside the same post service file. So inside this curly brackets, add the interface name post with uppercase P. So now we can use this interface. So down here inside the add post method, simply add this post object variable type as this interface. So how do we add that? After this, add a colon symbol and set the type as post interface. P is uppercase. That's it. So now this variable will get the shape of this post interface. If you try to do change of this shape of this object, this will immediately throw an error. Perfect, right? So guys, this is the second approach. This approach is better than the first approach, but guys, for this we have a more cleaner approach. So which is, for this interface we can create a separate file like these components and services files. So let's see this in action. For this guys, we can use the Angular CLI. So inside the terminal, run this command ng, this G stands for generate, right? So after this, now we are going to generate an interface. So after this, add interface. Now give it a name and the path. So as a good practice, we will use a separate folder for these interfaces as well. So add the folder name, interface, and after this slash, add the interface name, post. That's it. So hit enter, this will generate the interface. Now guys, inside this interface folder, we can find the post interface. Open this. As you guys can see here, by default, Angular has already defined the interface with the interface name and with the export keyword. So now all we have to do here is we can simply define the shape of our post object. We already defined this inside the post service. So let's remove this from here and add this inside this post interface file. That's it. So now we have the separate post interface file. Guys, now we are getting some errors because now we have removed the post interface from the post service file. So now let's import the post interface inside this. So top here, import, inside curly brackets, interface name is post with uppercase P, and this is coming from, add the path of this post interface. So this is inside of the interfaces folder. So dot slash interface, and the after this slash, and the interface name is post. Now as you guys can see here, all the compile errors are gone. So now these post variables are using this external post interface. So guys, we can use this external interface also inside of all other components, same like the Angular services. All we have to do here is just simply import the interface inside of that relevant component. Inside the post is component, so remove the previous import and add the new import. So same as the previous. So I will copy and paste this import statement from the post service. That's it. So now this new post array is using the external post interface. So like this, we can use this interface in everywhere inside of our Angular components. Awesome, right? Alright, so guys, simply this is the simple use case of a TypeScript interface. So by using these interfaces, we can simply define the structure of our objects. We can prevent many common mistakes and ensure that our data is always correctly formatted. This is especially valuable in large applications where managing so many of data. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, before we move on from this interface, let's quickly look at optional fields in these interfaces. So guys, we define these post interfaces with these fields, and all of these fields are required when we declaring an object using this interface type. Wait, I show you. From this new post object, remove this ID key value. As you guys can see here, this is throwing an error. So guys, think sometimes we need optional fields. Think like the username who is posting a new post. Sometimes some user may don't like to post their names. So in that case, if we kept this username field required, this can lead to a big issue. So in order to fix this, we can use the optional fields in the interfaces. So let's see this in action. So inside the post interface, let's add the key for this. The key name is something username and set this type as string. So save this. As you guys can see here, inside the post service and also inside the post component, we are getting compile errors. So why is that happening? Guys, it's because we added a new field username inside this post interface. But in all other places, we are using the post interface. This new field username hasn't been created yet. So as I said before, this field is required. So in order to prevent this error, we can simply make this optional field. So how do we do that? Very simple. Just add a question mark after this. That's all. So save this. Now as you guys can see here, all the errors gone. So now if we want, we can add this username field to our post object, or if not, we can simply ignore this username field. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, this is the simple use case of an optional field in an interface type. I think that's it for the interfaces. So let's quickly move on to the next lesson. Alright guys, in this section we are going to dive into the Angular forms. So basically we have two types in Angular. So we'll dive into these two form types from scratch. So let's begin. Alright guys, as usual, before we dive into the Angular forms, we'll look at the traditional form workflow using JavaScript. Then we'll come back to the Angular forms module, so you guys can understand the behind the scenes process efficiently. So guys, first let's create a simple form inside the app component HTML file with these three fields: name, email, and address. Guys, how do we create a form? For this we can use HTML input tags, right? So after that, inside this, first add the input tag, and the input type will be text. So after this, add the placeholder and set the placeholder value as name. So this input is for the name field. So next, duplicate this same input field 2 times and change this second input type to email and change the placeholder to email. Next, change the third input's placeholder to address, and that's it. So save this and go to the browser. This is not looking good, so let's make it a little bit more organized. So add 2 BR tags between these inputs. Now again save this and go to the browser. Now this looks okay, but let's take this form center of the browser view so we can see this form clearly. So how do we do that, guys? For this, we'll write a simple CSS code. So wrap this input field inside of our div tags. After this, add a CSS class to this div, something form center. Next, let's write the CSS styles for this. So guys, for this we can use the app component CSS file, right? So we learned about this in detail. Alright, so open the app component CSS file. Inside this, add the CSS style. First add the CSS class, name after this CSS scope. Inside this, first add the margin. So value is 0 and auto. So next, set a width around 250 pixels. So guys, simply this will place the form middle of the page. That's it. So save this all. Guys, let's add a heading to this form, something user form. Add this inside of h2 tags. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now this seems perfect. Guys, don't worry about this look. I'm just preparing this form to continue this lecture. So when we developing the real world application, we'll use the Tailwind CSS to make this form looks more organized way. But guys, now we have the form. Now what I want to do is I want to simply capture this form data. So how do we do that? For this, first of all, we need a submit button. So inside the component HTML file, create this button. So the button tags and the button text will be submit. Next, in order to submit this button, we need a form tags. So add that here. Open and close forms tags and place these inputs inside of that forms tags. Perfect. Alright, so guys, now we got our form structure set up correctly. Next step is to capture the data that the user enters into this form. So basically we use a form inside of a website to get the entries from the end user, right? So for this, we want to handle the form submission. So that when the user clicks the submit button, we can capture and process the input data. Now, how do we capture this form data? Can you guys guess? So guys, for this we have to first add the name attributes to these inputs. So let's quickly add them. The first input name value is name, the second one is email, and the last one is address. Now simply add the submit event binding to this form tags. So now we don't need this action attribute, so remove this and add the submit event binding. So how do we do that? Yes, of course. So instead of brackets, add the event which is submit. From this event, call a method something form submit. So after this, simply add the parentheses. So now inside the app component TS file, create this method. The method name is form submit. After this, parentheses and the method scope. Now inside this, simply add a console log something form submitted. Now save this all and go to the browser. Now fill this form and click on the submit button. Look inside the console. We cannot see any logs. Why is that? Can you guys tell me the problem? Guys, if you look at this carefully, when I submit this form, this entire page is reloading. You can find that from this refresh icon, right? And also guys, you guys can see this form also getting reset. So that's why we are not getting this log inside the browser console. So in order to prevent this, we have to add the prevent default method. So for this, first we have to pass this form submission event to the submit method. Pass the $sign event to this method as the parameter. Now inside this, just simply capture this event parameter. So create a variable something event and set this type as any. Now inside this, add this to prevent the default reloading behavior of this form reloading. So this event parameter, after this dot prevent default, follow this simple capital letters, and after this add the parentheses. So guys, simply this will prevent the default reloading when we submit the form. So save this and go to the browser. Now submit this form. As you guys can see here, we got this form submission log. So guys, now using the same event parameter, we can capture the form's values as well. So let's quickly capture the form values. So again, let's add another log. Inside this, add this event.target.name. So which is this name input. So after this, add value. So simply this will return the value of the name input. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got the name log printed inside the browser console when we submit this form. So guys, using the same approach, we can capture all other input values and we can deal with the data manipulations. So guys, that lesson here is not how to do this using the JavaScript. I wanted to show you guys how really this is painful when we're dealing with form submission only using pure JavaScript. So the first problem is that the form is reloading the page by default when we submit it. Because of this, we can't easily handle form validation or work with the form data before the page refresh. This makes it really difficult to build user-friendly forms that can validate input, show error messages, or process data smoothly without reloading the page. Now one of the issue is how we are capturing the form data. We had to manually access each input field using event target and the specific name attribute. This approach works, but it's not very efficient or scalable, especially if we have a lot of form fields. It's easy to make mistakes and the code can quickly become hard to maintain, right? And also guys, imagine if we need to add form validations like checking if the email field is properly formatted or if the name field isn't left empty. Doing all of this in plain JavaScript would involve a lot of manual coding and it would get even more complex as the form grows. So guys, this is where Angular comes in and makes our life much easier. So with the Angular Forms approach, we can work with the forms handling easy and efficient way. So in the next lecture, we'll dive into these Angular Forms approaches in detail. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. Let's move on to the next lecture. Alright guys, so in Angular we have two methods to handle forms. So first one is the template driven forms and the second one is the reactive forms. So in this section we will dive into the Angular template driven forms. So the first question is, what is this template driven form? Can anyone guess? So guys, a template driven form in Angular is way to handling forms where most of the logics and setups are done directly in the template rather than in the components class. So essentially you define the structure, validation and data binding of your form direct within the HTML file using Angular's powerful directives. So let's see this in action. Alright guys, first thing first, let's see how we can transform this form into an Angular template driven form. For this, all we have to do here is we have to just simply add the ngForm directive to this forms tags. So it's very simple, right? So inside the forms tags, add this directive ngForm, follow this naming convention, exactly same as this. Now guys, we are getting this compile error saying that ngForm isn't a known element. So in order to prevent this, we have to import this to this app component HTML file. So guys, inside the app component file, inside this imports array, let's add the import. Guys, this ngForm is coming from the Angular's forms module. So import the forms module here. As usual, select this import. This will add the import statement. Perfect. Now as you guys can see here, now there are no errors. So guys, now let's save this all and let's simply reset the forms submit method. And let's add a simple log with form submitted text. So save this and again go to the browser, click on the submit button. As you guys can see here, we got this log, which means this is working without any problems. Guys, if you can remember, when we submit this form previously, it was reloaded the page, right? So to prevent that, we use the prevent default JavaScript method, right? But as you guys can see here, with this ngForm directive, Angular automatically prevent that default behavior of an HTML form submit. We don't need to write any extra codes for this. So with this ngForm directive, we converted this form into an Angular form. Now this is just a simple regular HTML form. So now using this ngForm, we can do so many things. So we look at them in detail. So guys, the first one here is, now we have to capture the form's values in order to do the data manipulations when user submit this form. So guys, the first one is, now we have to capture the form's values in order to do the data manipulation when user submit this form. So how do we do that? So guys, in the previous we used JavaScript event to capture these form values, right? Now for this Angular form, Angular will automatically capture this with this ngForm directive. Wait, I'll show you this. Let's simply log this ngForm directive. So guys, in order to log this ngForm directive returning values, somehow we have to send this to the app component ES file. Otherwise, we cannot log this inside the template file, right? So in order to send this to the app component ES file, we have to pass this as a parameter for the submit method. But guys, we cannot directly send this to the submit method. So first we have to assign this to a template variable and we can send this back to the submit method, right? So guys, how do we do that? We learned about template variables in detail, right? So hope you guys remember this. So we define a template variable using the hash tag. So add a hash symbol. After this, define a variable name something f and assign this to this ngForm directive. And at last, don't forget to put this ngForm directive inside of quotes. Perfect. So now guys, simply this template variable will capture what this ngForm will return. So now we can simply send this to the component ES file as a parameter for this submit method. And now guys, remove this previous event. We no longer need that. Now pass the template variable, which is this f. That's it. So now inside the app component is file, now we are capturing the value with this event parameter variable. So now simply log this parameter variable inside this form submit method. Console.log inside parentheses pass the variable name event. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Click on the submit button. As you guys can see here, we got this massive object with so many details. So what's going on here? Well, we'll cover this in the next lecture. Alright guys, in Angular when we working with forms, there are two important classes that we have to consider. Form group and the form control classes. So we use the form group class to represent the entire form. And we apply the form control class to each individual input field within that form. For example, consider our user details form. The entire form is managed by a form group and each input field such as name, email and address uses the form control class, right? So we can have multiple instances of form control within a single form group. Additionally, we can also have multiple form group instances within an Angular application. For example, think that if we have another form like a new post form, that form would also be managed by a separate form group. Each input field in that form would have its own instances of form control. So I hope that makes sense. And guys, one more thing, don't get confused with this form control and this form group with CSS classes like form group and form control. Here we are talking about TypeScript classes provided by Angular. So remember this, okay? Alright, so as I mentioned earlier, form control is a TypeScript class. So this class has several useful properties that can help with form validation, such as value, dirty, pristine, valid, and errors. To access these properties, we need to create a new instance of the form control class. So how do we do that? Can you guys tell me? If you guys can remember, when we're dealing with the Angular services, I told you that in order to use an Angular service, we have to create a new instance of that service class inside the component class. For this, we use two approaches. So we use the JavaScript or the TypeScript new keyword, and also we use the dependency injection approach. So same like this, in order to access the form group class, we have to create the new instance of that class, right? So for this guys, in Angular, we have two approaches to creating these class instances. So the first one is the manual approach. So we can manually create an instance of the form group by writing the relevant codes. The second approach is the template driven approach. So we can simply use an Angular directive within the template to automatically create the form group instance, right? Remember when I mentioned earlier that Angular has two types of forms, reactive forms and the template driven forms. So these two approaches align with those form types. The manual creation of the form group and the form control instances is what we call the reactive form approach. So on the other hand, when we create a form group or a form control using directives in the template, we call this template driven form approach. So guys, in this section, we are focusing on the template driven forms, right? Alright, so guys, this is what a template driven form does. It primarily handles form setup and validations within the HTML template using Angular directives. So as I mentioned earlier, when we use the ngForm directive, it creates the new instance of the form group class. So that's why we got this entire form group class within this ngForm. So now using this, we can access properties like valid, dirty and pristine, because these properties belongs to the form control class, which Angular has instantiated for us using the ngForm directives. So guys, now you might be wondering what each of these properties does. Don't worry, we'll dive into these in detail in the upcoming sections. Alright guys, now we know how this ngForm works and what we can access with this ngForm. Now let's see, the first thing first, we have to get the form values to do the data manipulations. So how do we do that? So in the previous lecture, we logged this ngForm inside the browser console. So if you look at that, the form control instance carries the value property, which is linked to the input fields in our form. Right now this value property is empty. That's because we have not entered anything in the input fields yet. So let's fill these inputs and click on the submit button. Again we got another ng form output log inside the browser. Inside this, now find the values property. Inside that, as you guys can see here, still this value property is empty. So why is that? Can you guys guess? So guys, in order to capture these input values, we have to create a new instance of the form control class. So we have to create new instance for each and every input that we have inside this form. So guys, this form control class also have the same properties like the previous form group or the ng form class, right? Let's see how to create these form controls new instance. To create this new instance of form control, we have two approaches: manually through coding or by using the Angular's directive. Since we are working with template driven forms, we'll use the directive approach, right? So for form group, we use the ng form directive. So for form control, we have another special type of directive, which is the ng model directive. So let's see this in action. So guys, all we have to do here is we have to add this ng model directive to these inputs one by one. So let's add this ng model directive inside this first input, add this to the second input, and at last add this to the address input as well. That's it. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here inside the browser console, we got this error saying that if ng model is used within a form tag, we have to set the name attribute. So inside of our inputs, we don't have the name attributes. So guys, in the previous lecture we added these name attributes, but for this lecture I removed this purposely to teach you about this error. So guys, in order to work with this ng model directive, we must add the name attribute, otherwise this won't work. Perfect. So alright guys, let's add the name attributes. Inside the first input, set this name attribute as name, same as this. The next one is for email, so set this name as email. So next one is for the address. That's it guys. So save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this time we are not getting any errors. So now fill out this form and submit this form. Now as you guys can see here, inside the ng form value property, we got all the values of input fields within this form. Wait, so let's simply log only this value property. So inside the app component is file, simply add this, after this dot and value. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser again, fill this form and submit. Inside the console, this time we only got these input values. So guys, this is how we capture the form input values using the ng model directive or the form group class. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, in the previous lecture we successfully captured the form values using the ng form and the ng model directives. So guys, think if I submit this form data without typing anything, still this form is submitting, and as a value we are getting these empty values. So guys, this is not a good practice. So in a real world application, we store these values inside of a database, right? So saving empty values inside of a database can lead to unnecessary scalability issues. So guys, as a solution for this, we will validate our form's inputs. So in order to prevent the empty values, we can add the required validation. Simply this will show an error to the end user when he tries to submit an empty value. Alright, so in this section, let's see how to add a simple required validation to these input fields. So when we use ng model, we are creating a new instance of a form control class. So let's see what we are getting with this ng model, like the ng form. So in order to look at this inside this ng model, we have to send this ng model value to the app component ts file, right? So for this guys, first we need to declare a template reference variable for this input field. So declare a template variable here. So how do we declare a template variable? Very simple. First add the hashtag. After that add the variable name. So for this we'll add full name. Next bind the template variable to the ng model directive, and don't forget to put this inside of quotes. Guys, in order to work this, we have to keep this the ng model here, and again we have to bind another ng model to this template variable. So otherwise this will throw us an compile error. And also guys, let's change this form's name attribute value to first name. So this is something meaningful, right? Now to inspect the template variable, we have to send this to the component file. So for this we'll use the change event binding, right? So inside this input, let's add the bind change event binding. How do we add the event binding? So simply add this inside of brackets. So the event is change. So next bind this to a method called something get value, and pass this template variable full name to this method as a parameter value, right? So now guys, in the component ts file, let's create this get value method to capture what we are getting. So down here the method name is get value. Inside the parentheses, create a parameter variable something full name and set this type as any. So now inside this, log this parameter to the browser console. Alright, so guys, now save everything and go to the browser. Now enter something in the full name input field and click outside of it. Look at the browser console. We are getting the ng model instance. So expand this and you can see that it has properties similar to those in form group, like valid, invalid and so on. So guys, when we learning form group, I said that the form control also same like this. In here you can find almost every properties that are listed in the form group as well. Alright, so let's add a required validation to this input field and let's see what we will get with this ng model properties. So guys, we can do this easily by adding the required attribute. So this will show an error message when there is no data in the input field. So save this and go back to the browser. Now type something into the full name input and click outside the text box. Look at the console again. As you guys can see here, we got this object here. So now inside this we can see that the invalid property is now set to false and the valid property is set to true. So this happens because we fulfill the required validations by typing something into the input field. Wait, so let's now clear this input and click outside of it. This time you will see that the invalid property value is true and the valid property value is false. So which means this input field of the full name is now invalid because now this input field is empty. So guys, now using this we can simply validate our form, right? So for this simply we can display an error to the end user using this invalid property. Alright, so now let's display an error message when the input field is invalid. So after the full name input field in the app component HTML file, create a div with the CSS class something alert. So using this CSS class, we can add a red text color to this error message. So now inside this div, add a message something like full name is required. So guys, save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this required message. So now let's show this message conditionally when only this input value is empty. So before that, let's quickly add a CSS style to this so we can identify this as an error. So guys, now simply let's make this text error message text color to red. So inside the component CSS file, add the CSS class, which is this alert. Inside this, simply set the color value to red. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, this is now in red color. Alright, so next let's load this error message conditionally. So as you guys know, when this text field is empty, this invalid value is set as true. So we'll use this to render this error message. So inside the app component HTML file, add this. So in order to do this conditional rendering, we have to use the if directive, right? For this guys, we'll use the Angular new syntax approach. So guys, how do we add the if condition here? We learned about this, right? So first add the @ symbol. After this, simply add the parentheses and the condition scope. Now guys, inside this simply add the condition, which is the invalid property of this ng model. So guys, this ng model is bound to this template variable. So add the template variable full name. After this, dot, and access the invalid property. So let's now add this error message inside this condition scope. That's it. So guys, simply this will render this error message when only this invalid property return true. Now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we can see this error message. Once I start type something inside the text field, as soon as I start typing, this error message disappears from the browser view because this input field becomes valid when there is a value. So now if I clear the input, the error message reappears inside the browser view because now this input field is invalid when this empty. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, in here you guys might notice that the error message is displayed as soon as the form loads inside the browser, even before the user interacts with it. So this is not a good user experience, right? So we should not show error message before the user has done anything. To avoid this, we can use another property called touched, which also comes with the form control class. So guys, this touch property becomes true when the user clicks on the input field and then moves away without entering any data. So using this, we can prevent this error message showing in the initial load. So how do we do that? For this, we have to use the AND operator, right? So guys, once again, I want to show this message when two properties are true. So for this, we have to use the AND operator, right? So now inside this condition, let's add the second condition. So after this, add the AND operator, which is two AND symbols. So after this, second condition, which is the touch property. So this template variable, full name, after this dot, and touched. So as simply this if loop will execute when these both conditions return true. If any one of the condition return false, this if condition will not trigger. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so guys, that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, at the initial load, we are not seeing this error. So in here, at the initial load, the touch property of this input is now return false, because we still didn't touch this input. So in this case, this touch statement return false. So if one of these return false, this AND operator will not execute this if condition. So that's how we are not getting this error message inside the browser in the initial load. So now click on this input. At this moment, we have touched this input. So now the touch property will return true, right? So if I click outside of the input field without typing anything, as you guys can see here, we got the error message. How this loaded here? As I said, now this touch returns true, and also invalid property return true. So now the both of the conditions return true. In this case, this AND operator will execute this if condition and render this error message inside the browser. So next, if I type something, the error message is removed from the browser view. So in here, now the invalid property returns false. So in this case, this AND operator also return false. So when this return false, this if condition will not execute. So hope you guys got the idea. So guys, this is how this if condition works. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so next let's quickly add a red border color to the input field when this field is empty. So how do we do that? It's very simple. For this we have two approaches. So let's look at them one by one. The first approach is, guys, Angular will automatically add some classes to these inputs when loading inside the browser. So if we look at the input fields HTML code inside the browser view, we can see that inside the class attribute, these few classes ng-touched, ng-untouched, ng-pristine, and this ng-invalid. So guys, all of these classes are automatically added by the Angular framework, and we didn't add any of these classes, right? So guys, by using one of these classes, we can simply add the CSS style to this input field. So let's see this in action. So go to the component CSS file and simply add this CSS style. For this, we'll use the ng-invalid Angular CSS class, right? So the class name is ng-invalid. After this, add the CSS scope. Inside this, simply add the style. So set the border to 2 pixel solid and set the border color to red. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Guys, we have a problem here. This border is applied to this input and also to this total form as well. So how this applied this is style to this form? Guys, if you look at the code, you can see that this ng-invalid CSS class also added inside the form tag. So this is why this ng-invalid style applied to this form. In order to fix this, we have to filter this style only to apply this style to the input fields. So how do we do that? Very simple. Before the CSS class, add the input pseudo class, and that's it. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, we got this red border only in the name input. So which means this working as we expected. Alright guys, so here if I type something, the red border will set to the default border color of this input. So if I again empty this input, this again, we can see this border turn to red color. Perfect, right? Wait guys, before we move on, as you guys can see here, in here we are getting this red border on the initial load before the user touch this input. So this is not a good user experience, right? So as a solution for this, we have to load this CSS style conditionally. So like the previous. So guys, how do we do that? Very simple guys. For this, we can use the class binding approach. So guys, how do we add this class binding here? Can you guys tell me? We learned about this, right? I hope you guys remember this. Alright, so let's see this in action. So inside this input, I'll break this down to individual lines so we can see this clearly. So now let's add the class binding. So first open and close square brackets inside this class, after this dot, and add the CSS class name ng-invalid. So we wrote the CSS style using this ng-invalid class, right? So after this, add the condition. This also same like the previous error message condition. So copy and paste it here. So I want to show this red border only when user touched this input, right? Alright, so save this all and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, at the initial load, we are not getting the red border on this input. So touch this input and click away. As you guys can see here, we got this red border and this error message appears inside the browser. So this is working as we expected. Alright guys, so this is how we do the input validations using the class binding approach. Alright guys, we successfully completed the basic form validations for the required validation. So guys, in HTML we have few different validation types like this required. So in this lecture, let's see how to use them with Angular forms validations. So guys, think about this scenario, something like this. But if someone adds only a single letter for the name field and submits the form, like typing just the letter A, what do you think will happen? Well, even though this field isn't empty, it's not really a valid input, right? In most cases, we want the user to enter more than just one character, especially for something like a full name. So there is no names that with one letter or characters, right? So if we allow this, bots can attack our database by adding simply invalid values. So guys, in order to handle this, we can simply use the min length validation. So this will ensure that the user must enter at least a certain number of characters before the input considered valid. So let's see an example for this. So guys, first simply add the min length attribute to the name input and set the min length around 3. So now save this and go to the browser. If I click on this input and click outside of it, we are getting the required error validation. Now if I type only one character inside this input, still we are getting this error. If you can remember in the previous, this error validation disappeared when I start typing inside this input field. But now this required error is still visible even though this input field is not empty. So why is that? Can you guys guess? Guys, now here we added the second validation min length. So the form controls invalid property will return true until all the validations are fulfilled, right? So if I type 3 characters, as you guys can see here, now the validation error disappears. So guys, now this invalid returning false because now we are fulfilling the both validation requirements, this required and the min length validation requirements, right? So now guys, what I want to do here is, as you guys can see here, we are showing only one required error message here. So now let's show the min length error message as well. So how do we do this? So guys, for this we can take the advantage of another property in this form control, which is this errors property. If I look inside this errors property, when this input field is empty, this returns the required value. If this is not empty, this returning the min length error. So guys, using this we can validate or show an error message for this min length validation. So alright, go to the app component HTML file. Now inside the if block, simply again add another if block and set the condition. So first the ng model, which is this first name, after this dot, and guys, for this error validation we cannot access this errors property directly. This will return a compile error. Wait, I'll show you. So the property is errors, and guys, in here I want to check the required error, so add that here. Now as you guys can see here, we are getting this compile error. Why is that? So guys, the issue here is that Angular doesn't know if the errors property exists at the time of checking, because the input field might not always have errors. So when there are no validation issues, the error property will be null, right? So in this case, Angular will throw one compile error for this. So guys, in order to prevent this, we have to use one of the method that coming with this ng model, which is has error method. So simply after this ng model name, add this dot and the method name has error. Follow this naming convention exactly. So next add the parentheses. So guys, this required parameter of the error we are checking about. So simply pass the required error type as a parameter for this method inside of quotes. So now as you guys can see here, now we are not getting any compile errors. So guys, simply this will return true if there is any required errors. So otherwise this will return false. So now remove this required error message from here and put it inside this nested if condition. So like this, let's add the validation message for the min length error. So this also same like this. So copy and paste this if condition again and change this error type to min length, all lowercase letters. So guys, next inside this change the message to name must be at least 3 characters long. So guys, now this time this has error message will check the min length errors. If there is any min length error, this will return true. If the statement return true, this if condition will render this message inside the browser. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, so save everything and go to the browser. As you can see, at the first we are getting only the required error message. When I start typing, the min length error appears inside the browser view. Once I type 3 characters, all the error message disappeared from the view. So guys, how this works? When the input field is empty, the required error returns true. So which is why we see the required error message. As soon as we start typing, the required error goes away and the min length validation becomes active, so returning true. That's why we see the min length error message. Once we fulfill both validations, the both conditions return false. So all the error message disappear from the view. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, in this lecture let's talk about another important form validation type, which is max length validation. So imagine this scenario, we have a form where a user is supposed to enter their full name. Now what if someone tries to enter an excessively long name with hundreds of characters? It's not a good practice, right? And guys, we have to avoid that. So guys, for this we can use the max length validation in Angular. So with this max length, we can limit the number of characters the user can enter into a specific input field. Now, let's see how to implement this. First, go to the input field where we want to apply this validation. For example, let's take the same full name field. To set the maximum character limit, simply add the max length attribute to the input field and specify the limit. So set the limit to around 10 characters. This is the same as previous min length validation, right? So guys, next let's make sure the user gets some feedback if they exceed the character limit. Just like with the min length, we can display an error message when the max length validation fails. For this also guys, we have to use the errors attribute, same like previous. So simply duplicate this if block again and change this error type to max length, all lowercase letters. Now inside this, change the error message to something like name cannot be more than 10 characters long. That's it. So guys, now save this file and go to the browser. Try typing in the name input field. As you guys can see here, if we enter more than 10 characters, this max length error message appears. So guys, when we exceeded the given max length characters count, the max length error property will return true. So that's how we got this error message. So guys, this is the beauty of Angular form validations. So guys, remember, setting a max length validation is not only ensures cleaner input, but also improves user experience by preventing long unwanted entries that might break the layout or cause other issues like break down the database. So these validations are really super useful when we deal with real world applications. Perfect. Alright guys, now let's quickly see how we can add validation to this email field. So guys, for this also, first we can use the required validation. So this email input also cannot be empty. So how do we do that? Same like previous. So first thing first, add the ng model directive to this input field. So inside this email input field, add the ng model. So next guys, keep this in your mind. In order to work this ng model, we must add the name attribute. So set the name attribute and add the name email. So next, at last, don't forget to bind this ng model to a template variable. So create a template variable something email. So we define template variables using hashtag, right? So after this, bind this ng model to this template variable. So guys, these are the basic requirements of an Angular template driven form input. Alright, so next, first let's add the required validation. This is also same like previous. So let's copy and paste this if block. and change this template variable name to email. So this time we are dealing with this email input, right? Alright, so next change this required error message to email is required. Let's remove this min length and max length errors. We don't need that to this input. That's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Click on this email input field and click outside of it. As you guys can see here, we are getting this required error. And guys, if you look at this, in the initial load, we are getting this red border on this email field. We didn't add anything to get this red border. Then how do we get this? Can you guys tell me? So guys, if we look at this HTML code inside the browser, so you guys can see here that Angular has added these classes to this email input field, same like the previous name input field, right? So if you can remember that we write the CSS style to this ng-invalid class, right? So this is how we are getting this red border on this email field. So but here we have a problem, which is this border red color style is applied in the initial load. So to prevent this, we can use the class binding, right? So same approach like previous. So what I'm going to do here is I will simply copy and paste this class binding from the previous name input to this email input. Now change this template variable to email. That's it. So now save this and go to the browser. As you guys can see here, now we are not getting this red border at the initial loading. Perfect. Alright guys, next let's add the email validation to this. So sometimes users can submit this form without typing a valid email address. So we have to prevent that, right? For this guys, we have to use the pattern validation attribute in HTML. So first simply add the pattern attribute inside this, and next guys, we have to pass the pattern of this email. So guys, simply the email will be something like this. First some characters, then @ symbol, then again followed by some characters, and after this the domain extension .com, .org or .io and so on. So for this we have to build the pattern of this email, right? So guys, for this we'll no need to write this from scratch. We can simply get the email pattern from the internet. So simply Google it and go to the W3 School website. Inside this, find the email pattern. Just simply copy this and paste it inside the pattern attribute. That's it. Now guys, next we have to add the error message for this. So inside this if block, again add another if block, and the condition is so guys, like previous min length error, in order to capture this pattern error, we have to use the has error method. So simply add that here, the template variable name and the has error method, and pass the error type to the method as the parameter. So this time we are checking the pattern validation, right? So pass it here inside quotes. So this will execute this if condition if this return true. Simple, right? So now inside this add the error message. Let's copy and paste the error message and change this message to invalid email address. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Click on this email input and click outside. As you guys can see here, we got this required error message. So now type something. Now we are getting this invalid email error. Now type an valid email. As you guys can see here, as soon as I type an valid email, the invalid email error disappeared from the view. Cool, right? So guys, this is how we deal with the email validation using the pattern attribute. Hope you guys got the idea. Perfect. Alright guys, now let's quickly look at how to add the validation to the address field. Wait guys, simply we will add the text area for this address. So remove this and remove this input and add the text area. So simply add text area, opening and closing tags. Now inside this add the placeholder address. So next add the name attribute. set the name as address. Next, in order to do the validation, we have to add the ng model directive, right? So same like previous, simply add the ng model. Next, assign this to a template variable, add a template variable, hashtag address, and next bind this to the ng model directive. Perfect. So guys, now for this address text area also required, so add the required attribute. Next guys, let's simply add the error message for this. Let's copy and paste the previous error message. If block, we don't need this pattern error for this. All we're going to check here is the required validation. So next, change the template variable name to address, and next change the error message to address is required. That's it. So save this and go to the browser, click on this address text area and click OK. As you guys can see here, this printed the address required error. But guys, in here we are not getting the red border on this text area. Why is that? So if you look at the code inside this text area, also we have the ng invalid class, but we are not getting the red border like other inputs. Why is that? If you guys can remember, we added this red border on the input field that has this ng invalid. So this style will only apply to the input fields. So in order to apply the red border on the text area, we have to define this again to the text area. So let's do this inside the CSS file. Add this. This time we're gonna add this to the text area. So text area dot ng invalid. Now inside this, simply add the border color, same like the previous. So copy and paste it here. That's it. So save this and go to the browser. Now we are getting this error. So this is loaded in the initial load. So now we are getting this red border on this text area, and guys, this is loaded in the initial load. So to prevent that, simply copy and paste the class binding here and change these template variables to address. That's it. So now this is working as we expected. Cool, right? So guys, this is how we deal with validations with text area input. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright guys, I think now you guys have a clear picture about how to deal with validations in this template driven form approach. So let's move on to the next topic. So guys, in this lecture, let's learn how to submit the form and capture the values from the input fields. So we have already done something similar earlier when we were working with Angular forms and with the form group class. Hope you guys remember. So back then we used the default submit event binding to submit this form, which works fine for submitting forms in general. However, in Angular we have a more specific directive for form submission called ng-submit. So from now on, we'll use ng-submit to handle form submission in Angular. So using ng-submit is quite simple, very similar to the default form submission. The only difference here is that ng-submit gives us more control over the form state and values. To submit this form, we bind the ng-submit event to the method called onSubmit. So we'll use the same approach like previous. In here, just simply change this binding submit to ng-submit, right? So guys, in here, when the form is submitted, we pass the form template variable to the onSubmit method. So in order to capture the form values, we have to pass this ng-form new instance to the TypeScript file, right? So guys, now inside the component file, we have this form submit method where we capture the form data by logging the form parameter to the browser console. So we did this in the previous lecture, right? So let's test this out. So go back to the browser and fill this form. Hit the submit button. Once you check the browser console, you will see that the form object is logged, just like with ng model. It contains various properties such as whether the form is valid or invalid, dirty or pristine, etc. So if you look at this carefully, you can see that this form group have this value property. If you expand the value property, you'll see that actual data you typed into the input field, full name, email and address, formatted as an object and stored inside this value property. So with this data, we can now access the form values and use them however we want, such as sending the data to the database or API endpoints for saving. Wait, let's log only this value property so you guys can see this clearly. Inside this, just simply add dot values after this parameter variable. That's it. So save this all and go to the browser. Now again fill this form and submit. As you guys can see here, this time we got only the values object with the data you entered. From here we can easily process or save this form data in the database. Perfect, right? Alright, so guys, this is how we deal with form submission in Angular template driven forms. So hope you guys all got the idea. Alright guys, in the previous section we learned how to submit a form and retrieve the form values. But there's a small problem. If I submit the form without filling any fields, it still allows the submission even we added the validation for each and every input field that are in this form. When we check the console, we can notice that all the values for the fields are empty. So passing an empty data through the form isn't a good practice, right? So to fix this, we can disable the submit button when the form is incomplete or invalid. So it's very simple. So guys, in order to do this, we can use the property binding approach in Angular, right? So let's see this in action. So inside the submit button, simply add the property binding for this disabled property. So how do we add the property binding? For this we'll use square brackets, right? So inside this add the square brackets, inside that add the property disabled. So guys, next the condition for this guys, we can use this invalid property of this ng form. So inside this, for this use the forms template variable, which is this f after this dot invalid. So guys, simply this invalid property will return true when this form is invalid, right? Alright, so that's it. Save everything and go to the browser. As you guys can see, the submit button is now disabled. So we can't submit the form just yet. So now fill out the form and you will notice that once the form is filled correctly, the submit button becomes active. If I change any of the input field to make them invalid, the button gets disabled again. So this is the beauty of the ng form directive. So it ensures that we can't submit invalid form data to the database. Beautiful, right? So guys, this is how we disable the submit button in this template driven form approach. So hope you guys all got the idea.